This is the second day of Digital Storytelling Festival. If you are joining us and you joined yesterday, welcome back. If it's your first day, welcome to the second day this year. There's still a lot to see, to explore, and to learn. I would give just a few minutes for more people to join because we see everyone is coming. And we'll start with some gentle housekeeping to make sure that everything goes well during the day. Then we will talk about inclusive engagement guidelines, just to know how to keep this event safe and nice for everyone. I will remind the program, and then we'll start with our first panel. So I see we have a big group from Poland, Greece, Athens, Lithuania, Italy, Amsterdam, Norway, more Greece, Lisbon, Australia. Yeah. So for everyone in other continents, good evening or good in the middle of the night. So I think we have a lot of people in the room, so I will slowly start with some housekeeping and useful information. So if you have questions for the speakers, and I bet you will have, because there is so much interesting stuff that you will hear, use the Q&A in your little menu so that we can see and it's easier for us to then ask the speakers. If you are sharing your thoughts, commenting, cheering, interacting, use the chat section as you did right now to say hello. Use the hashtag DigiStoryFest on socials, but also because hashtags are dying, tag Europeana to make sure that we see your message and we can share it and we can thank you for your enthusiasm and engagement. If you are participating in the semiotic storytelling workshop, there are last spots available, very last spots. Go to the dedicated Zooms page. So if you already signed up, you'll have received the link. If you will sign up for those last spots, so you have to be quick, you'll get a link in the break before the session. If you are in trouble and somehow you are still in this space and you want to be in the other workshop, we'll try to troubleshoot and help you so that you are in the right place where you want to be. For everyone who will ask, we will share the recording and the slides so you can look everything up at your own pace later on. Or if you cannot attend all the sessions, you can see them back. Very important. So this event is brought to you by a very small, very engaged team that loves what we are doing. And to keep this event as it is and make it even better for the next year, we would love you to share your feedback. So when you close your Zoom window, you will see a little survey. Please let us know how we are doing. Say what you liked, what we could improve, what you've learned brought to you is very important for us. So inclusive engagement guidelines, the full text will be pasted in the chat, but what we want out of this event is to be safe, to embrace a learning mindset, to be a place where different perspectives and lived experiences can be shared. If there are any errors or like mistakes, apologize on them, make amends. Maintain that every person has a right to speak up. If there is a boundary crossed, flag it. And if there is an issue, please send a DM to your Piana team and we'll try to sort it out. But hopefully everything goes well. Just enjoy and be good to yourselves. Today's program, welcome, this is it. We'll in a minute start with diverse and inclusive stories. And then after a short break, we'll bring back the immersive storytelling topic from yesterday, but this time with practical examples. And then we'll hear a closing keynote about this year's pavilions at Expo in Japan. Then after a lunch break, we'll have two workshops. One is about 5 things you can do with cultural collections, and one that you shouldn't. It will be about different things you can do, from curating to remixing. Another workshop, last spot as I said, is about semiotic storytelling. So how to use symbols to create stories. Then we'll have a little break and we'll finish with a lot of fun with the captioning contest. So get ready to have a good laugh and be creative. So now, without further ado, I will give it over to Georgia and the participants of our first session.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you so much, Alex. And good morning, everyone. As Alex said, it's so great to see you back here today. We're really excited for the second day of the Digital Storytelling Festival. So I'm Georgia. I'm Senior Editorials Officer at the Europeana Foundation, and I'm supporting Alex and all my wonderful colleagues with the festival. And I'm hosting this session today. So this session is on diverse and inclusive stories. Cultural heritage should represent all of us. It should be accessible and relatable to everybody, and yet there are still people and communities who are not well enough represented, both in physical spaces and online. And I'm very excited that our speakers today are going to share some of the innovative and imaginative projects that are working hard to change that. So on the panel today, we have Luis Avellos from Mundi Vagante Studio. We have Samba Yonga from the Women's History Museum of Zambia. And we have Klaus Sorapera, who will be presenting on Utere art performances, and it's great to have everyone. We're going to start with the presentation from Luis, so I will hand over to you. I hope you can get control of the slides, and the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Georgia, for this lovely invitation. So my name is Luis Avellos. I'm a Brazilian filmmaker and XR director based in Lisbon. And I have directed and written a piece called Queertopia Act 1 Cruising that is a VR experience. And I'll be sharing with you guys a few insights about the creation of this piece and the process behind it. So let me just request. Is it working, the slides? Yes, good. So here's the trailer for the piece. Oops. Oh, hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, our show is about to start. Wait, where was I? I need your help. As you've seen, my memories are fading, and I cherish them a lot. It might be a little blurry, incomplete, but that's how memories are like, right? Remember, a memory is certainly constructed, and, what most important, always political.
So this piece started with the inspiration of the photographies of Imbaltrop, who was an African-American photographer that used to photograph around the margins of the Hudson River in New York. And these pictures, they show cruising spots. And for those unfamiliar with the word, cruising is a phenomenon that can be described very superficially as the act of looking for queer sex in public places. And these pictures, they're very interesting, and they show somehow cracks in society and in architecture. And I was pretty much inspired by this. And this whole process was an investigation about the phenomenon of cruising. And I started interviewing men about their cruising experiences. And in this moment, the shift of the focus of the project shift, because I came across a few very strong stories about over 60-year-old men about their cruising experiences, and their experiences and their stories were very intense when it comes to the current moment that they were living when these photographs happened. And all of those stories, they were not about sex or encounters or displaces, but they were about oppression. And somehow I just realized that there's almost erased queer generation whose stories needed to be heard. So the piece is a interactive 6DOF story that tells the story about this retired playwright that is inspired by all the stories that I've heard. So, oops. So when it comes to virtual reality, embodiment is very important. And we wanted to create something that it could be targeted not only as queer audiences, but audiences in general. We wanted to take these stories and show people the power of these testimonials and the stories of these people, and somehow give an overview of these experiences that they could never experience. So we follow this character throughout his memories to reconstruct and to rebuild these memories. And for this, we use embodiment, and we try to create spaces that can somehow expand the meaning of the story that the character is trying to play. Oh. So in the process of the creating the storytelling, we wanted to use somehow gestures that are beyond the utilitarian. So in VR, for example, you have hand tracking, and you can pinch, throw, touch objects. And we wanted to use embodiment and to also use gestures to create a more metaphorical way. So in this scene specifically, the user is trapped inside of a box, and they can spy through those cracks that are the same cracks present in Alvin Butrop's photographs, some AR speculative archive images of this almost erased queer generation, as if we're creating a face and memories for them that never actually happened. So something aesthetically wise that is very important for the piece is this use of these particles. So we're dealing with the theme of memory, and the challenge for us was to try to create and portray those memories in a way that could somehow again give a face to the stories that we heard. So when dealing with memory, and especially when we're talking about queer memory that is often erased by history, and in times like we're living right now, where the upcoming of the far right is becoming bigger and bigger, we wanted to take those stories and create these characters in a way that these particles, this bodies in the experience will create this sort of effect. So all the bodies present in the experience, they are made from these particles, somehow to also not necessarily give them a very literal specific face, but to be able to give the audience some opportunity to reimagine who these characters were and to somehow make them look like people that they know. And there's a little spoiler here, but by the end of the experience, this character that you followed and is trying to reconstruct his memories, he leaves and he tells the player, the user, that his job is complete, that now the user has become a vector of these memories, and now the particles that form his body are transported to the user in a way that they can play with it and somehow create their own path with it. This is also something that we wanted to create a metaphor for turning the audience into a vector of this queer history and all these stories that are being told and that somehow are being forgotten. So we also use the process of mocap to somehow give body to something that Jose Esteban Munoz in his book Cruising Utopia, that he talks about the queer gesture and the ephemeral, and we wanted to take a performance and this concept of the queer gesture and somehow transport into something that can be more everlasting. And to wrap up, We also used AI images, the creation of AI images. This, for us, it was somehow an investigation and an exercise of trying to create speculative memory when it comes to this character and this almost erased queer generation. I remember when it was one of the first days that we pitched the project. Leslie Jordan, the actor, has passed away the day before. And I came across a lot of comments on Twitter talking about like how other people we would have known like their talents and their stories if the AIDS pandemic didn't happen. And somehow we wanted to use AI in somehow a more meaningful way to try to create speculative memories from these people that we didn't manage to meet. I think I've already ended my time here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. I would like to thank you for this space. I'm not going to be able to stay until the end of the session, but I would like to wish you all a great session, and thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Louis, for that presentation. That was just such a wonderful exploration of memory, and this idea of audience becoming the vector, I think, is fascinating and such an amazing testament to the power of storytelling. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Indeed, we will be doing Q&A at the end, but if you have questions in the meantime, please do put them in the Q&A functionality in Zoom. And Louis, although I'm aware you can't stay till the end, maybe if there's any in there that you can take a look at, that would be wonderful. So thank you so much. Fantastic. Next, I'm delighted to hand the floor to Samba. If you are able to take control of the slides, the floor will be yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Louis, as well. I enjoyed your presentation. It gave me new ideas of how we should also package our stories. Let me try to request for, okay. So thank you for this opportunity to present our Frame exhibition series, which is a digital storytelling initiative by the Women's History Museum. My name is Samba Yonga, and I'm the co-founder of the Women's History Museum. And we specialize in making African histories accessible, especially the ones that were affected by the colonial experience. We use storytelling, exhibitions, advocacy, and we do this largely through social media and digital media. And we, in the last several months or weeks, we collaborated with Europeana to present an exhibition that we had been thinking about over a time. We work with international museums, particularly museums in Europe, that over 100 years have collected artifacts from the African continent and preserved them in colonial collections to kind of explore and understand what artifacts that they have. And in this work, what we've discovered is that a lot of the artifacts that exist in these colonial collections, first of all, are deactivated, and secondly, they're petrified. So which means we think of petrifying as the knowledge around the artifacts are frozen in time and have not been allowed for over 100 years to continue producing the knowledge around some of these artifacts. So what we wanted to do with the Frame series is examine these artifacts and present in an interesting way using photography, commentary, and engagement to understand what these knowledge systems held. So we began with the question, what happens to people when the objects that held their knowledge, rituals, and identity are removed, reframed, and renamed? As some of you might know, the colonial experience meant that a lot of the source communities and indigenous communities had artifacts, living histories removed. And so some of the practices and norms that existed within those communities slowly started to be eroded or forgotten. The ongoing Frame exhibition series in collaboration with Europeana seeks to reclaim these cultural objects, the cultural stories, and seeks to understand what the indigenous communities had as knowledge systems. And we also seek to honor their original meanings and the women that were the creators, custodians, and central figures. Each of the post-frame series engages in one object or artifact drawn from colonial collections, many of which were taken from Zambia and surrounding regions during the height of European imperial expansion. These objects now largely exist in storerooms, but it's great that we are having conversations and dialogue with a lot of these museums, and we are allowed to enter. We've traveled to many of these museums, largely in Scandinavia, some of them in the US as well, and they've opened up their storerooms and we're allowed to see the artifacts and examine them. And in some places, we're even surprised, like Sweden, that there are artifacts there because you wouldn't think Sweden was part of the colonial experience. So you can see one of the images that I've displayed there. And what we try to do with each post is to engage one object or artifact drawn from the collection or the surrounding region, and try to decontextualize it and put it back into its context, try to give it meaning, try to engage with the communities and make them understand. We use digital photography, symbolic design, and historical interpretation as a way of bringing the conversation to the communities, because the whole idea of the artifacts being separated meant that people no longer have connection with it. And there is no real way of taking back the artifact and reinserting it physically and making it live again. But what we can try and do is represent it symbolically, like the way we've done here, using an image, using an actual person, and using a frame to kind of depict the whole idea of the indigenous knowledge being framed and our idea of trying to reclaim and reframe it. And the first image that you see here is called Likishilia Mwana Pweo. And just to give a bit of background and context, the mask that you see there is a mask that was used in an indigenous knowledge system in the northwest of Zambia by the Luwale, Chokwe, and Luchazi peoples. And it presented women's beauty, not simply as seen, but symbolically inscribed. It was encoded within the mask as ancient text that mapped ancestral wisdom, cosmology, environmental harmony, and the life force of the community. It was one of the most valued ways of respecting women, and it was thought of as a representation of women, not just like thinking of women in a physical perspective of beauty. The sacred mask held Sona symbols etched into its surface. If you look closely, you'll be able to see symbols that are etched into this surface, and each of those symbols had a specific meaning and significance for the women. Okay, so as you can see in this particular frame, we have a frame within a frame, but in the frame where we're supposed to have the image, we have not displayed an image. We've written instead, image cannot be displayed. And we are referencing the Mbusa artifact, which is a Zambian local culture of the Bemba in the north of Zambia. It's a powerful wisdom in hidden small objects, and they're known as Mbusa. And they're used during the rites and premarital teachings of women. And they are sacred objects that are not supposed to be seen, and they're crafted from specific clay, and they're done, crafted by women who hold these knowledge systems and who are part of a secret knowledge system. So when these artifacts were collected from the sources of origin, they were placed in the museum and they were displayed. And this is part of the process of petrifying and changing meaning that we've observed with some of the colonial collections, because normally the objects would not be allowed to be seen by the public. They were not allowed to be put on display. They were only ever revealed to the initiates and the holders of that sacred knowledge. So in this frame, what we do is attempt to ensure that we return that respect to the artifact and hold it as sacred, and we decided not to show it at all. And this practice is a common practice now in the decolonial space, if you're familiar with it, where sometimes in an exhibition, you'll see there's a plinth, but the plinth is empty because either the object has been returned to its source of origin or because it's a sacred object. And for us, this is a practice that we're also engaging in as we work with these artifacts and try to restore the knowledge system. I'll go to the next one just to give an example. Okay. And for the next couple of images, what we found in the artifacts as well is that the idea of power and gender is something that's intertwined. And in the communities, there was a way in which these were expressed. There were gender roles that signified the importance of women, and there were certain artifacts that symbolized that importance. And when a woman held that artifact or was given that artifact or created that artifact, it showed the importance that she had in society. So this frame is kind of speaking to that knowledge system, and it's called Queens in Code, Symbol of Women's Power. And this was interesting for us, particularly because a lot of the time, what we see now as visible power in our communities, our indigenous communities, invisible power was much more stronger than visible power. In modern societies, if you think of visible power, you think of a crown, you think of a throne, you think of an important seat. But with these artifacts, as we discovered and documented the knowledge, that there were different kinds of power systems, and a lot of them were not visible, they were invisible, such that when they were taken from the communities of origin, that power that they had with them was misinterpreted and decontextualized, and there wasn't an opportunity to continue transmitting the knowledge of the symbols of power that were held by women. And so by reintroducing this conversation, we were asking the questions around invisible power and how we held invisible power in our communities as women. And if you go to the series, which is on our Instagram and on our website and all our social platforms, you will see we have put down different examples of these artifacts that showed symbols of power in our community. And I'll just show one last example. Okay. This is one of our favorite series in the posts in the series, where it talks about indigenous mining, the women behind the copper. In Zambia, copper is one of the most valued mineral asset. Zambia is the fourth largest copper producing country in the world, and it's a huge income earner for the country. But interestingly enough, the mining is controlled by international, multinational companies and the government. And yet the history of mining in Zambia goes back to about 400 AD. And what's more interesting about that is that women were very much involved in the process of mining. And what we discovered during the process of understanding and researching mining processes, because what we found is in the colonial collections, there were a lot of mineral objects and artifacts like copper, there was silver, there was brass, and to understand when these were all made, and some of them were carbon dated, they went as far back as 200, 300 years ago, which means the practice of smithing was there during that time. And what we further went to discover after we were given videos and documents and information, that women were actually involved in the process of copper production, that they worked alongside the men when smelting the copper, when extracting the copper, when processing it and alchemizing it to get to that state. And it was used as jewelry, as currency. And the jewelry was important because it was presented to the women to be adorned. And we found that really interesting because it's nowhere in our mainstream knowledge systems that women were a part of it, because mining now is seen as a very much a masculine occupation. And we really wanted to show and display these different kinds of knowledge systems or knowledge discoveries. And really at the core of this work is the relationship between power, gender, and identity, particularly our own indigenous identity, not just for the women, although we do focus on women, but for everybody in the country. And we want to illustrate how indigenous Zambian communities had highly sophisticated systems for organizing these concepts. Power was not a centralized thing, through force, but it was embedded in roles by nurturing, moral guidance, and knowledge transmission. And these were often led by women. Gender roles are understood as relational and cyclical and not hierarchical the way we understand it now. And we performed identity through adornment, through ritual and storytelling, where women's jewelry, artifacts, and initiation rites held enormous cultural significance. So in each episode and each post, we reintroduce these artifacts as symbols of knowledge systems, from the grinding stone, which you'll see if you go to the post, marked female authority, like I talked about with the Likishi, and also the Mbusa clay figures. And our goal is not only to educate or to provoke dialogue, but we also hope to inspire communities to question. And I think that's one of the most important things. It's not a matter of immediately changing or reverting, but it's subverting by asking the questions of the histories that we've inherited and reimagine the roles women played in these histories, and to participate in restoring the knowledge systems, and also use digital media as an act of cultural return, one story at a time. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Samba. That was an absolutely breathtaking insight into the work that you've been doing. Thank you. I mean, so much about what you said jumped out at me, but one I really thought about was how just held in collections, the knowledge of these artifacts is frozen in time. That really stood out for me, and how important these stories and the context of the knowledge systems is to them. So yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing this. Thank you. There will be time for questions at the end, so please do put your questions for Samba in the Q&A. And for now, I'm delighted to turn to our last presentation of this panel and give the floor to Klaus. So Klaus, the floor is yours.
One moment.
No, okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Klaus Sorapera, artist and art teacher. I teach painting in the local art school. I was born in Fassa Valley, a small valley in the Dolomites in Italy and the Alps. Excuse me if my English is not correct. An old language, Ladin is the name, survive here. Ladin is the oldest language in the Alps. Today, it survives only in a small area of the Alps, where the Ladin people live, work, and speak. tradition and history are very, very much present among Ladin people. The Ladin language and the sense of belonging are manifested in the strong identity of the people. The Fassa Valley is very beautiful and rich in nature and beautiful mountain. Fassa Valley has a beautiful environment. The Dolomites are very famous in the world, and they are a World Heritage Site. Fassa Valley has lived on tourism for more than 100 years. In recent years, tourism has transformed the valley and the people. We have great tourism, but now is an over-tourism, which generate a lot of wealth and a lot of money. Tourism is good, is positive, because we can meet other people and because we learn other language and speak with other people. But it is dangerous for our local culture. Many times our tradition are transformed into cultural products for tourism promotion. This situation is very challenging for us and for our identity. My work as an artist want to make people aware of the importance of culture and the art for identity, for local people. Last year at the Ladin Museum, I presented a performance and my exhibition. Now I invite you to watch the documentary of my artistic action. The title of the performance is Uteres. Uteres is a Ladin word that has two meanings. The first is altar and the second is uterus. The instrument of this performance is a ritual action. Enjoy the video. Sorry. Okay. The video you have seen is a project supported by the Latin Cultural Institute. The support of the Institute is very, very important to promote the work of local artists. In the performance, I worked with my ex-student. Working with young people promotes generation transmission. And this is very, very determinate for our future, for the future of the minorities. For me, using contemporary art, for example, the performance or my body or site-specific is very important because it is an emotional and comprehensive tool. Performance is an ideal tool to engage the public, the audience. For me, utere, performance, is a presidium of culture in a reality where tourism causes a loss of identity. I think art must not give answer, but ask question. This, for me, is the role of the artist. I am very happy with my work because the public, the audience, follow me. The use of the art for me is an action to talk about relationship and inclusion between people. The contemporary art of linguistic or ethnic minorities is very determinant to develop identity. I think that every community must have artists because they dreams and see new possible work. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Klaus, for that presentation. Really inspiring. And yeah, I think ending on the call, every community must have artists is so important and so well evidenced by what you've shared. So thank you so much. Thanks to all our speakers. We now have time for Q&A and discussion. So I would invite you, if you have questions for any of our speakers, please do use the Q&A functionality in Zoom, which you can then use to, we'll then feed it back to the speakers. I can currently see Klaus on my screen, but I was wondering, oh yeah, great, Samba, and I believe Louis has probably had to leave us. But yeah, super. All right. Well, yeah, if you're both happy to go ahead with a Q&A, I have some questions I'd love to ask you, and yeah, we will feed them back from the audience as they come in. So the first question I have is for Samba, and I was wondering if you could speak a bit more about how you identified the cultural heritage institutions whose collections you knew these artifacts were in, or who you wanted to work with.
Thank you for that question. There are various processes and approaches that we use, but the first time we found the artifacts was actually by accident. But I'm sure most people are aware in the decolonial space that right now a lot of museums and institutions are coming forward and listing objects that they had, especially after the report that was presented to President Macron. But previously, even before that, I was in Sweden doing some work in Stockholm, and an artist friend of mine said, oh, you should go to the Ethnographic Museum in Sweden because they have great collections of African art. So I was like, okay, I went and I met the the African curator, and he said, "Oh, you're from Zambia. We actually have a Zambian collection here." So I was a bit surprised. I was like, "Why do you have a Zambian collection in Sweden?" Because it's not a natural country that you'd think that would hold colonial collections. And he then shared the story that actually during the imperialist movement, Scandinavians, because they couldn't afford the voyages, the trips, the big ships, they would rent out space in the British voyages, and that's how they ended up in Africa. And a lot of them ended up in Southern Africa, and as a result, you know, the anthropologists that would go there collected a lot of these artifacts and came back with them, and they've ended up across museums, institutions, and so on. And so that's how we did our first discovery of the colonial collection of Zambia. And since then, we then did investigations around who would have likely collected collections in Zambia, and there are some of the more obvious ones, like the UK and so on. But you know, places like the US, like the Yale Gallery, has Zambian artifacts. It's as a result of collectors who come onto the continent, and somehow there's an exchange, or their benefactors who pass on to their institutions. So it's really a layered approach where we go directly to either the institutions or have connections with the curators, and they allow us access to the collections.
Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, it's the stories of colonialism being uncovered there, as well as the stories of these objects themselves. Thank you. I also have a question for Klaus. I don't know if you are there and can hear me.
Yes.
Great. I have a question for you, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You mentioned intergenerational transmission in your presentation, working with youth and your students.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, you've just muted, sorry. I can't hear you, no. I think the mute has just, there, you're back, yeah.
Ok. Chi che l'ha domanda?
L'intergenerazionalità.
In every age, young people must be protagonists, and they must build their future around their identity. I am a teacher and artist, and this is the best situation for doing the contact with other generation.
Yeah, definitely. I was very struck by that. And is there a technique or a storytelling technique that you think really helps to engage this generation, younger generations and students?
Sería una técnica o que te daiga funzione.
I make this performance, and young people even con me. Follow me. I am your teacher, and this is fantastic because we work in museum and not in school.
Okay, so kind of engaging through education is a really important way. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, Sambra, going from that question, I mean, are there any kind of storytelling techniques that you have found particularly effective, or kind of have had a really good reaction from the communities that you work with?
Yeah, I think we were very deliberate about using platforms and storytelling techniques that will appeal to young people, because we realized that the bridge that we want to create with our obscured histories is largely with the younger generation. I come from a generation where I am old enough to remember my grandfather's stories and young enough that I'm very connected to the digital age, but just the generation after me have a complete separation. And a lot of them have grown up not knowing those indigenous knowledge systems. And a lot of this population is obviously on social and digital media. So even when you see the style of our composition, of our artwork, of our storytelling techniques, it's really with the young people in mind. We use photography, we use text that, even though it is addressing very dense and complex subjects, we write it in a way that it will be understandable and they can absorb it easily, but at the same time still hold that serious dialogue and engagement. And we've done the same even with different formats, because we have our flagship series called Leading Ladies, which was one of our first projects, was focusing on women's histories and women who held very important leadership positions but are not known. And we chose the technique and storytelling format of animation. So we animated the figures and animated the stories. And this was very appealing to young generation, because then they were able to engage. They used it as an educational tool in classrooms, and that way it was easily transmissible.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, kind of a follow-up question, I guess. You mentioned social media as a way to engage there. And I know obviously there's been an Instagram collaboration, but what social media platforms do you prefer to work with, or do you work with as well?
So we started off on Facebook, and then obviously migrated to the obvious Instagram, Twitter, and yeah, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And we have for more formal articles and presentations, we use LinkedIn as well. And then we also have our website where we then distribute directly from. And these are largely the forms of communication for the generation that we're targeting, but also the wider and larger population as well. They're existing and living and discovering on social media now. And we use WhatsApp as a way of sharing the information about it, and the stories are always a space for engagement, and you find that people kind of direct themselves to the source and origin of the platform. So it's also a layered and diverse way to get engagement with the population.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. And speaks to, maybe that different platforms can be used at different times for different audiences, depending on what you're sharing. Indeed. Klaus, I'm interested to ask you the same question if you're still available.
Hi.
Hi. Yes.
Okay.
I was wondering, do you use any social media to promote Uteres or to engage with the community?
Social media
Yes, it's important, but it's best the relationship with the people.
Yeah, personal relationships as well. And of course, that's what we saw in the video as well, was that personal engagement. Wonderful. I also have a question, which is what next? What upcoming projects or collaborations can we look out for from you? Maybe Samba, if you'd like to take that first.
Yeah, that's a good question. We always have a series of ongoing projects. So at the moment, actually right now, we are working with a couple of museums that hold our artifacts to launch a digital surrogate platform. What this means, for those who are not familiar, but I'm sure a lot are seeing from the different presentations from yesterday and today, and I got some great ideas from there. We're very interested in using AR, VR, and AI as well as part of the process of documenting. So we've been troubleshooting and brainstorming how we could do that, because obviously there's the phenomenon of lost knowledge, lost languages, and we care a lot about that, and we want to understand the best way to use the new technologies to preserve and restore. What this digital surrogate platform is aimed to do is to match the objects and artifacts that are in the colonial collections and create a link between those objects and our platform so that we are able to link them to source communities. One of the big reasons why we decided to do that, because in this process of repatriation and restitution, we realized that it's the long game. You know, it's not going to be that all the artifacts will be returned over a short period of time. It's going to take 5, 10, 20 years. But in the meantime, what happens? What happens to those collections that are petrified in the storage rooms? And one of the access points is the digital surrogate platform where you can directly access the artifact, you can activate it, you can release it from its petrified form, and you can reconnect it back to its source community. And essentially that's the pathway that we're trying to create with this platform. And we're kind of iterating it to the point where it makes sense and it's not just a static platform, but it's dynamic and people can engage with it, particularly the young generation.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, great to hear. Kind of digitization opens up a way to engage with these artifacts as well. Thank you. We look forward to that, and I imagine also we're all in the right place today to hear more about VR and AR as well through the Digital Storytelling Festival. So it's great to hear that's coming in too. Claus, yeah, the same question. What's your next project?
Yes, the next week I work with another museum. Together, Museum Ladin Museum and SMO. SMO is a little museum in the mixed area where living Italian people and Slovenian people. And I talk about the question, the border and the frontiers. But the goal is work together with two museums. I make a new performance and I expose my work.
Oh, fantastic! So working with new institutions and new communities as well.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I think we can all look forward to that as well. Lovely. We have had a question from the audience for Samba, which is: are you telling the stories about female goddesses, myths, and artifacts, and how?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we are. So I didn't delve into it a lot, but a lot of the artifacts are actually connected to myth. I mean, it's interesting, the whole idea of myth, right? Because in their original form and state, it's actually a lived culture, which has then been rendered as myth. So this is some of the unpacking that we do. We are lucky that we still have a generation that is old enough to remember some of these knowledge systems, and they're able to re-render the meaning. For example, a huge myth that surrounds one of the female characters that we document in Leading Ladies is the water protector. called Wedyango, and she was a matriarch of a community. And she was known as a rainmaker. And everybody had to pay tribute to her and respected her. And she had a designation within the community that people respected because they knew that she would protect the environment. And if she was happy, then the rains would come. And this is a common myth, I guess, across a lot of cultures. But the truth is, when you dig deeper into that story, she was an observer of the environment. She was given the responsibility to examine the environment, and she had the knowledge of the environment to know that when a tree grew in a certain way or plants grew in a certain way in that year, there was something wrong with the soil. When the river ran in a certain way or was low or it had certain sediments in it, then it meant something else. That when the birds flew in one direction rather than the other, then it indicated something about the climate. So you then understand that, these were knowledge keepers that collected knowledge over millennia and years of how the environment actually works. And that knowledge has been passed down, and that knowledge has then been analyzed and rendered into interpretations of how the climate is behaving. And then years later, it has then been translated into myth. So those are some of the things that we try and look at and unpack and analyze and discuss through some of the work that we are doing. I hope that has answered the question.
Yes, I think so, and so continue. Yeah, so relevant to hear about knowledge about climate today as well. It's remains so important and relevant. Yeah, thank you. I think this will be the last question we've got time for, also from the audience and also for you, Samba. How is your work and findings on women's history received by society? Is the question. So I guess society, you can take who you want to mean from that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And it's something that I find quite intriguing even now. Because I've grown up in an age where the feminist movement came on the rise very strongly, and a large part of that is from the West. We have a huge community of civil society organizations that do incredible work to advocate for women's rights, for women to access spaces, whether it's political, social, or economic. And all those movements are valid because women have been excluded from a lot of these spaces over the last 200, 300 years. But what was interesting for us when we were doing some of our discovery is, like I said, I think in my presentations, that women held very important roles. There was no discrimination or exclusion. It was understood the important role that women played, but when the patriarchy and the colonialism was introduced, some of that was changed and subverted and eroded. And we've kind of taken on this persona that was left with us and forgotten who we are. So we thought we would experience resistance when we started reintroducing some of these ideas and notions into the public domain. But, it was interesting. Some of the responses were like, wow, things like, oh, so we've always been ahead of our time. We just didn't know what our own knowledge systems are. If I knew this when I was younger, I would think of women in a different way. And it gave women confidence, and it also allowed men to almost view themselves in a different lens rather than understanding themselves only through the prism of the masculinity that had been imposed on them. So those have been some of the interesting reactions as a result of doing this work.
Yeah, wonderful. We've always been ahead of our time, I think, is also a really inspiring way to think about that. Thank you. We are now at time for this panel, so I'd just like to say again a huge thank you to Samba and Klaus as well, and also Louis, who is not here, but what a rich and fantastic panel. Thank you so much for sharing your work and insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity as well.
Thank
Great.
you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and of course, thank you to our wonderful audience for following along and being here for the second day of the Digital Storytelling Festival.
Welcome everyone to this session on immersive storytelling. My name is Maggie. I'm a content and exhibition coordinator at Europeana Foundation, and I have a great pleasure of introducing our next wonderful speakers. So we will hear now from two projects which blend physical and digital storytelling approaches in order to create the seamless immersive visitor journeys and educational encounters. On this panel, we have today Jemima Montague, the Director of Art Explorer UK, and Jill Carruthers, the Exhibition Manager at New Blackpool Museum, Showtown. We are going to start with the presentations, and then we'll have some time to ask questions. So please put your questions in Q&A so we can see them in one space. And my lovely colleague Georgia will be with you in the chat during the session. So let's start with Jemima, who will tell us about the digital experiences Time Odyssey that turns museum visits into interactive quest for school kids. Jemima, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for having me here as part of the Digital Storytelling Festival. We're very pleased to tell you about Time Odyssey, which in fact launched at the British Museum yesterday morning. And for those of you in the UK, you may see that we've had some lovely press this morning announcing the programme. So we're delighted that it's now public after a long period of development and testing and piloting with museum partners across the UK. So I'm just going to test that I know how to move the slides. Yes, it seems that I do. That's good. So Time Odyssey is a digital adventure game for school children in museums currently across the UK, but we are looking at expanding on a European level. Time Odyssey turns a traditional school trip into a digital learning adventure. And it is a program that we hope is about fostering belonging and connection with culture and heritage, and particularly about encouraging a sense of entitlement for children in our museums. Our national collections belong to us all, and we're trying to create ways to connect the next generation. We think this is one of the big challenges, is how to bring children not only into the museums and galleries and cultural spaces physically, but also to create a sense of connection with the next generation, for whom dusty museum spaces can often feel both intimidating and not for them, as my children often tell me. I'm going to play a very short video, which I think will give you a bit more of an insight into how it works, and then I'll talk through some of our objectives with this program.
Time Odyssey is an immersive learning adventure through time and space, designed for classes of 7 to 11-year-old school children at museums all across the UK. Our young time champions play in groups of 2 or 3, using a magical warp deck to help characters who are lost in time, pulled here from their own historical times and places, like Cheng from ancient China, Revna, a Viking of the sea, Hori, a tomb painter from ancient Egypt, or Felix from Roman Britain. The children's task is to journey through the museum and explore its collection, creating the equipment their character needs to get back home. 4 creative engagement tasks take players through the museum's galleries. They look for objects made of different materials to form a cloak of safekeeping. They search for powerful artifacts to make an amulet of eons that can open the portal home. They look for the names of places on interpretation boards to create a journal of returning to guide their path. And they capture images to display in gold relief on a vessel of stories for their characters to tell on their return. The story ends with their character, now fully equipped with the objects the children have created, thanking them and heading home through the super mega portal, leaving the players with new knowledge not just about history, but about geography, science, art, and so much more, all gained through the power of play.
So I think that gives you a little insight into how it works. Children, getting to our next
Time
slide.
Odyssey is an immersive learning adventure through time and space, designed.
Here we go. So why are we doing this? First of all, I'd like to introduce Art Explorer. We are a European non-profit arts foundation working to increase access to arts and culture. And we do this by innovating forms of engagement. We have a number of different programs that deliver this in different ways. And I would say digital is one of the core strands of our work, along with touring programming. We run a fleet of mobile museums in which are purpose-built trucks to deliver arts into communities. We also run an annual award, which is actually open for application, should this be of interest. It's called the European Award. And we're really looking for innovative projects showing innovative approaches to audience engagement with the arts from across Europe. And every year we have a really fantastic long list of organizations doing fascinating work across all disciplines. So please look out for that. Time Odyssey is one of our digital programs. We have a number of different programs using digital media to increase access. This program is currently developed in the UK. And obviously the point of this program is, as I've said, to bring children into the museum. It's really addressing a problem that was captured in a survey that we did recently to understand really how much schools are able to bring children into museums. And as probably this is the case across Europe, the visits of school trips have declined since COVID. And although many museum visits have picked up, school trips really are not picking up, at least in this context. And I believe it's a common trend. So in our recent data, we discovered 90% of primary school teachers believe that it is important to bring children into museums. And yet only 60% have taken a class to a museum in the last 12 months. And in fact, 14% have never taken their children on a school trip to a museum. And the main barrier for this, of course, is cost. It's very expensive for schools to afford the transport to bring children to museums. And of course, this affects schools that are outside city centres much greater than those in cities where public transport's available. But of course, it also particularly affects children and schools and children from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. There's much greater disparity of access for children outside the big cities and in areas of greater deprivation. And I would imagine this is a trend that you would find across Europe. So the goal of the programme is to remove the cost barrier by paying for the transport for schools to reach museums, and also to work with the museum to make sure that the experience is entirely free. Many schools have to pay a per head amount to visit museums, and so we are trying to create an experience that is completely accessible, is not expensive. But accessibility, of course, is in two ways, because it's also about making the experience engaging and exciting for children. So as you can see here with our mission, we've talked about access, and we've talked about reaching underserved communities and regions, prioritizing schools who have never visited the museum before. We've talked about encouraging school trips, building awareness among teachers and children of our national collections and heritage. But the key thing here, and for this discussion today, is about testing new forms of digital technology for engaging children with collections, enriching formal learning. Here on the right, you can see a map of the UK, and you can see our current partners, but in fact, we have many partners lined up to start the programme in this school year, starting in September. And we hope more museums will join. And we're looking at doing some pilot testing either in France or Spain, because we're interested in how this same project actually can be rolled out across Europe in many other contexts. I've explained who we are at Art Explorer, who's behind this programme. We've developed it in partnership with the British Museum. And in fact, we'll talk a bit about the co-design process in a minute, but we worked with the British Museum and 12 partner museums across the UK to develop ideas, pool ideas for how this could work and how to make it work across different museum collections and not customised for one. And I also want to mention, very importantly, our partner in this process has been the digital design studio, One Up Studios, who have been with us every step of the way and really helped us create and develop an experience that, as they say, is part of, kind of fulfills their philosophy of play to learn, and really thinking about how play is a key ingredient in making this accessible. So, as I mentioned, it's been an amazing collaborative journey to develop this project. We had 12 museum partners, but over 500 school children were involved in developing the stories and the characters who became part of the digital game. And of course, working with the incredibly experienced and rigorous museum curators at the British Museum to ensure every aspect of the characters' clothing, there's historical accuracy in all the details around the history of the characters that that children learn about as part of the experience. So how does it work? So children work together in groups of 2 or 3. They each are given a tablet as they arrive in the museum, in the gallery space. And in groups of 2 or 3, they choose a character who they are going to help rescue, who is lost in time in the museum collections. They hold the tablet, and really part of the point of this is that the tablet provides a prop. And as we know, this generation are incredibly comfortable with working with tablets and digital devices. And so for many children who've never been in a museum, perhaps museums are considered quite intimidating spaces. The tablet provides something that they feel very familiar with. They know how to navigate, they know how to use. The characters are animated in a friendly way. So we can see that while tablets and some teachers, some museums were concerned about bringing more screens into children's lives, and obviously we are all concerned about screen time, at the same time, the evidence from this project has shown that it helps deepen their engagement, increase dwell time in front of objects by using technology, some of the latest technology. So the story of Time Odyssey is that the children choose a character who's lost in time, as I say, within the museum. There's Revna, a Viking of the sea. There's Cheng, who's from ancient China. Felix is from Roman Britain, and Hori is an ancient Egyptian. These characters come from time periods that all relate to Key Stage 2 curriculum in the UK. So we very much worked with teachers to make sure that this amplifies and enriches formal learning and the formal topics within the UK curriculum. During the game, they have to complete 4 creative challenges. And these each have a kind of creative process. We call them originally creative engagement tasks. They were designed around different themes. You can see the Cloak of Safekeeping is really about the natural world. It's about the natural environment. It's about objects within museums that are made of natural materials. Each of these challenges have different particular learning objectives, which we've worked on with teachers, addressing key themes. But also, so for example, in the Amulet of Power, children are asked to find objects that represent different forms of power. Now, this could be a crown, it could be a sword, it might be some money. obviously it reflects what's in the different museum collections, and it also reflects the very different interpretations of power. But with each of these creative challenges, they are creative. There is an element of the children not only choosing the objects, which they may photograph, which they then manipulate digitally on screen in different ways, so that there is a sort of digital and creative process as part of the challenge. Once each challenge has been completed, and at the end of each challenge, the children group together with the teacher, and they can't embark on the next challenge until they've had a moment of reflection with their teacher, a discussion around what objects they've seen, what they've chosen, what they enjoyed, and this is a very important part of how we've designed the game itself. It's very cleverly paced so that children don't just run off with it and disappear into the galleries. They have to come back to the teacher before they embark on the next one to answer some of the reflective questions at the end. So it's fun, it's gamified, but it's carefully planned so that the teacher remains in control of the group. The teacher is leading the session. And the finale is the Super Mega Portal, which has already been mentioned. The Super Mega Portal is when the children are able to help their character go through the time portal and get back home. And this is a kind of beautiful wow moment on the screen. It's very colourful, it's bright. And as you can see, it's using AR so that everything is happening around the children in the gallery space as well. And we found that with the children become very attached to their characters. They're often very sad to see them go. And much of the feedback we get from children is about how much they love their character. And this was the most exciting moment for them. So how about the impact of this? We've now been piloting with 5 museums since the beginning of last year. So we've got a lot of data now about how this works in different museum contexts. And perhaps I may not have mentioned, Time Odyssey works in any museum collection. It's been designed so that the creative engagement tasks are broad enough and general enough that you can explore any collection, that you don't have to have a collection related to the time periods of the 4 characters. So in fact, when children choose Hori from ancient Egypt, they will learn more about Hori and his life and his story and life in ancient Egypt, while another child may have chosen Revna the Viking, and they will learn more about the history of the Viking era. And neither of those characters mean that you need to find Viking or Egyptian objects during your quest. In fact, the quest is, as you've seen, much more generically themed around topics like power and nature, environment, storytelling. And this is really important because although originally we were working with the British Museum and working with collections with antiquities, objects from antiquity, in fact, we now run Time Odyssey in local history collections and some thematic collections. So really, it doesn't have to be about having those kind of antiquities-based broad sweep historical world collections. So going back to impact, a key factor in Time Odyssey is that pupils are participants, not just observers. This was designed, and with the children's feedback, that they want a sense of autonomy in the museum. They want to lead their own journey. They get very bored, museum legs, as soon as teachers kind of bring out clipboards and start telling them what to do, and it becomes like another class experience. It can't be a classroom in the museum. It's got to be the museum, and it's got to be children exploring for themselves. So this is a really important part of how this works. It's got to foster their curiosity. They've got to find the objects that interest them, and that's really important. But as you can see on this slide, other skills come out of this process. Teamwork, the children are working in teams. They've got to share the tablet. The tablet, in fact, they enter their names in the tablet, and the tablet will say, now, Sangeeta, it's your turn, or now, Sarah, it's your turn, or Oliver, it's your turn. So it moves between children. In the app is adaptive in that sense, but also children have to learn to work in a team. We've had some lovely feedback from children. I mean, this is just one of the quotes we wanted to share with you. I really like that we got to explore the museum in a fun way instead of a boring way. I mean, sadly, the research shows that whenever you ask children what word they associate with museums, they say it's boring. And that was such a challenge to us with Time Odyssey that we had to make this fun. This has to be child-centered. But teachers are also very pleased with the experience. They report far deeper engagement and understanding, that children, by having the game, have a sense of purpose within the museum space. They want to follow a sequence of activities. They're much more committed to the experience. And this is another lovely quote, this time from a teacher. It's instilled a love of the museum for them. We felt so pleased and proud when we heard this. They want to go back again. And that's a key thing. We need children, if this is going to be a first engagement with museums for many children who are from many different backgrounds, where going to museums is not part of home culture, this is going to be the only opportunity to go to a museum. We want it to create that sense of desire to return, whether with their families or later in life. It's about beginning that journey of engagement with culture. Teachers have said Time Odyssey has helped the children to focus. I mean, this is hard evidence from many, many teachers who've been surveyed now through the experience, and they're all incredibly positive about how it works for them and their class. It's also been shown to work very well with children of different ability, with different reading levels. So the quote here, I've got a lot of children with varying ability and different needs in my class. It was accessible and appealed to every single one. It worked wonders. Nothing has done that before, especially when we've gone to a museum. And in fact, museums are now running special sessions of Time Odyssey with SEND groups with special educational needs or disabilities, with HAF groups, so holiday groups, and family home ed groups are coming and using Time Odyssey. It really works across many different levels of ability. So I've reached the end of my slides, and I think I've given you a good overview of Time Odyssey, but very happy to take some questions about the experience. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jemima. That was super inspiring. I saw a lot of comments and questions from the audience, so I'm expecting we're going to have a very lively discussion in a moment. I have a lot of thoughts. This was very very inspiring, as I say, especially the part that you are focusing on the kids that haven't been in the museum and didn't have that opportunity to begin their journey of engaging with culture and museum objects. So I find that extremely important. Thank you for sharing that. If anyone has the questions to Jemima, please add them to Q&A. And I would like now to invite Jill to tell us about how Showtown Museum merges the objects display and the interactivity. Jill, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm the exhibitions manager at Showtown. I'm very pleased to be here to talk to you today. I'm very similar to Jemima's Time Odyssey. Showtown is all about creating experiences that are engaging and exciting for families, at the same time as encouraging people into a museum who have never visited before. So I'm going to quickly show you a short film which introduces the look and feel of the museum before I go on to talk about how we've blended the physical and digital storytelling throughout the displays. Hopefully you'll be able to hear this. So, situated on the northwest coast of England, overlooking 7 miles of golden sands, is Showtown, Blackpool's brand new museum. Showtown is Blackpool's first museum, in fact, and it opened just over a year ago. It has taken 10 years in development, working with the community to create meaningful stories and gallery spaces. Blackpool is the UK's most popular seaside resort. It has a long history of entertainment, having to find ways to keep holidaymakers in the town for longer, spending more money. And the people who live and visit here are looking for fun and entertaining days out. Blackpool is one of the UK's most deprived towns. And we had a challenge on our hands as locals and visitors are not traditional museum goers. Therefore, we had to ensure the museum was family-friendly, interactive for everyone, accessible and inclusive, containing genuine object displays and telling authentic stories from communities. Our groundbreaking education and engagement program, developed during the process of developing Showtown, supported the town's ambitions to increase resilience, improve mental and physical health, and build pride for the town. No, not when everybody does this, right? Where's the thing? There it is. Come on. There we go. Cool. No, too far. It's catching up with me. So we have 6 themed gallery spaces. Okay, we're going too far. How do I go back? Apologies. Yeah, there we go.
No worries. There's a little bit of delay when you click on the slide.
I'll use the arrows next time. It's easier. So beside the seaside is the first gallery that you come to when you enter Showtown. And this is where visitors are greeted by our donkey. They have an opportunity to explore the Punch and Judy booth, and they create their own show. But the main attraction in this space is a 15-meter long LED screen. And this takes visitors through a day in the life of Blackpool, but through all the ages all at once. With over 1,500 collection items digitized for use in this AV, the story is delivered in a Monty Python style animation with smells and 360 audio. Visitors can watch the 20-minute long AV and still not see everything. You can have your headshot taken in our photo booth, which you can see on the left, which within seconds sends your face onto the LED screen, enabling you to become part of Blackpool's history. House Tricks is our next gallery, which explores joke shops, magic shops, souvenirs and sideshows that are prevalent in the town, showcasing big names like Harry Houdini, Tommy Cooper and Sooty. Visitors are encouraged to get hands-on in this space, entering a world of the magician's workshop where they can have a go in their playing with their own tricks and jokes. Display cases are supported by AVs, such as the Evolution of Magic, where magician Roy Davenport takes the visitor on a whistle-stop tour of the evolution and history of magic tricks, using the props on display in the nearby case. Roll Up is our circus-themed gallery, divided up into 4 areas exploring clowning, acrobatics, ring mastery, and performing animals, all centered around the big top tent, where the visitor has the chance to walk the tightrope and discuss their thoughts on circus animals and try and squeeze all the family into our clown car. It's Better with the Lights On is our gallery celebrating the world-famous Blackpool illuminations. The visitor gets the chance to become the illuminations designer in this space, creating and animating their own designs and seeing them appear on the promenade. Illumination designers discuss the process of creating the lights and in an AV, which takes the visitors through the paper designs which would otherwise not be displayable. It's Showtime. That's the gallery that explores our many entertainment venues that have been in Blackpool over the years and the many big names who have performed in the town. The visitor has the opportunity to become the producer in this gallery and vote for their favourite acts through a clapometer, or they can learn how to throw their voice like a ventriloquist or strum the banjolele along with George Formby. And finally, Everybody Dance Now is our gallery celebrating the long-standing relationship Blackpool has with dance. Ballroom, Latin, Northern Soul, rave, disco. You name it, we explore it. The visitor learns the moves, sees how the dresses are made, and hears from the professional ballroom judges as to why Blackpool is synonymous with ballroom dancing. Throughout Showtown's 6 galleries, there is a behind-the-scenes design approach. We didn't want to duplicate what you can see or do already in Blackpool, but give the visitor a sneak peek backstage, under the circus tent or within the Punch and Judy booth, or even within the ballroom dressmaker's studio. Suspending disbelief is what Showtown is all about. The visitors are invited to step into the shoes of the illuminations artist or try on the persona of a clown. At many points throughout the museum, all of the senses are engaged. In our roll-up gallery, especially, there are smells of the circus, including elephant poo, popcorn, and sawdust. Visitors are invited to don a blindfold and become the glamorous assistant in our Test Your Nerve interactive. Try not to flinch, as the sensation of objects being thrown towards you and hitting the board behind are timed perfectly with gasps from the crowd. Visitors sit down at a dressing table, which looks like an ordinary dressing table, although the mirror comes to life with the circus performer sitting in front of you as though they're getting ready for a performance. They handle objects in the nearby case, and bringing these to life demonstrate how they were used in the circus. Historic footage also appears around the edges of the mirror, as though they're from photographs that have been stuck around the edge of the mirror. All research and interpretation was treated by a scriptwriter, Jane Kirkham, who writes scripts for children's television shows to include poems, verse, short form text with questions and instructions, including icons and symbols. This bold and playful approach is to appeal to our non-traditional museum visitor and to be inclusive of Blackpool's average reading age, which is only 9 to 11 years. We also have a visitor app, which via Bluetooth sends notifications to your phone as you enter different spaces, allowing you to hear interviews from professional performers, read and learn more if you choose to. We ensured personal voices appeared throughout the displays in Showtown, and these have led the interpretation in the museum. I worked with entertainment specialists during the development, magicians, Punch and Judy performers, clowns, acrobats, and a panel of comedians. What better way to learn what makes people laugh and have fun and enjoy themselves than from the people who do it for a living? The relationship built up with the local community throughout the process is of particular note. We established a performers network made up of local retired performers who were feeling isolated. Bringing them together and exploring Blackpool's collections with them led to a better understanding of the collections. This vital relationship has resulted in authentic quotes, private collection loans, and delivery of some of the best AVs in the museum, with them in the spotlight. Throughout the museum experience, you encounter a donkey called Jenny and 2 seagulls called Barker and Spieler. These appear in AVs and act as commentary for some of the more complicated AVs, or they help with instructions in the interactives. Depending on the gallery they appear in, they also have different outfits in keeping with the theme, such as swimming costumes for Beside the Seaside and hard hats in the Illuminations gallery. It was important that we include Northern voices throughout the displays, and these characters have just that. The way that the local visitors identify with them and hear themselves in these displays. Jenny the donkey is a retired performer who has to keep the seagulls, Barker and Spieler, in check, who have a tendency to steal things and get confused. And another very important aspect to Showtown's displays are our cast members, who enhance your visit with encounters throughout the experience. The cast are talented local performers sharing stories of Blackpool musicians, magicians, ringmasters, landladies, holidaymakers. They create memorable and magical experiences. We have received overwhelmingly positive reviews online, often which reference the unique encounters with the Showtown cast. The scripts were initially written by budding performing arts students at the local college in Blackpool. After fact-checking these and handing these over to the cast, they made them their own. And the cast bring to life historical figures in a fun and engaging way, encouraging families to have a go. Even though we're only 1 year old, Showtown is already number 2 on TripAdvisor for top things to do in Blackpool, where we are. There is a plethora of other things and visitor attractions to do around the town, including Blackpool Tower, the Winter Gardens, Madame Tussauds. We've got a water park, a theme park, all sorts. And I put the success of the museum down to the authenticity of the displays, the genuine objects on display, and the range of digital and physical interactives for all the family to enjoy. That's Showtown in a nutshell. I hope you can come visit us soon. Thank you very much for listening. And if you've got any questions for me, I would be more than happy to answer. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Jill. That was lovely. I think I need to plan a trip to Blackpool to visit the museum. I'd love to meet Jenny the donkey and also the other characters. So yeah, let's answer some questions. I'm gonna ask my colleague to take out the slide so we can see each other better. And thank you both for amazing presentations. Extremely inspiring. We have tons of questions. But before I will go to audience questions, I wanted to ask you, I wanted to start you with, was there anything that surprised you this is the question to both of you. Was there anything that surprised you in the audience reaction? So, Jemima, was there anything specific about unexpected about school kids or teachers' reactions when exploring the game?
Well, I think there's always something unexpected about children's reactions to things. They always come up with some wonderful reactions and comments. And I think we were surprised by the attachment that the children developed towards the characters. And that was, it was very sweet to see that. I suppose we knew that there was this was really important to give them these individuals so that they could choose a character to kind of identify with, and then to take on this journey. This sense of helping and identifying with a character is a really important part of their commitment to the program. I think there was, I guess it's not surprising. Children want more customization. They'd love to be able to, choose the costume a bit more and choose the things the characters carry. There are lots of things that people ask tech-wise that we've not been able to necessarily deliver, because tech is very complicated. The back end of things is a lot more complicated than people realize. So one of the things we'd love to have been able to do so the children create these beautiful, almost like artworks, the cloak and the amulet, and it would be really great to be able for them to take pictures of that home, to be able to share the images of the visit and what they've seen back with them to have in the classroom. The technology to do that is immensely complicated and expensive. So, Disney can do that kind of stuff, but, when you're developing a digital project for museums, it's just out of reach.
Yeah, I totally know the pain of not being able yet to to get the technology in the cultural sector to do everything that you would desire, right? Jill, what about you? What surprised you in audience reactions?
I think for us here in Blackpool, it was surprising to see how many people are surprised by Blackpool's history itself, because, as I said, Showtown is its first museum. It kind of the local town councillors sat up about 20 years ago and said, oh, hang on, we've got a history here, let's celebrate it somehow. And the fact that it took that long for them to realise that Blackpool has this amazing heritage that hasn't been celebrated before is quite eye-opening, really. So, to see local families and local children engaging and enjoying and learning about the immense impact that Blackpool's had on British popular culture and popular entertainment is really, really stunning and lovely to see. And there's a lot of sort of positive responses, certainly, to things like the Circus Gallery or the Showtime Gallery, where children are like, oh, I want to run away to the circus now, because I know how to walk on the tightrope or juggle, or, you know, it's lovely.
That's lovely. It's great to see the impact, you know, that that you can bring with the museum for people to learn about their town, right? It's quite amazing. Let me move to some questions. We have tons of questions, so let's move to some questions from the audience. Maybe first to Jemima Francesca is asking, I assume you did some kind of beta testing. Could you tell more about the stage and how did that change the original project? Was there any alterations after the piloting?
Yeah, we've done quite a bit of, well, we've done a lot of testing, and already we're in the we're coming into the third iteration of the app. So the first stage was to do design work and creative work with children and schools and teachers, and we had to come back. We had to propose different kinds of characters, for example, and see what characters appeal to children and teachers most. You know, both from a curriculum perspective and from a child's engagement perspective. And we had different characters from different time periods as well. So, for example, we had a character from sort of 19th century industrial Britain. And in fact, many of our museum partners now are in ex-industrial or industrial parts of the UK. And so that character might have worked really well. But in the end, it hit the cutting room floor. You know, you can't take everything with you. And it would have been really interesting to have that character. But in the end, we've gone for slightly more generic kind of time periods across history, really trying to make it as not customized, because the whole point about this is that it can work in any museum collection. So that's an example of how the design process was iterative. We've also got one of our creative challenges is called Journal of Returning, and it uses very clever, I don't know what the digital technology is exactly, you'd have to ask OneUp, our partner, our digital partner and creative developer. But it uses this kind of writing recognition. So the children have to hold the app and find place names from maps or from labels. So it's really encouraging kids to look at labels, to read labels, interpretation around the museum space. But it's quite hard to capture the image, and then the image that capture the letters, and then the letters appear on the journal, and it forms this journal with different, like a kind of map with different place names. So we had lots of complaints from the museums about how hard it was to capture the letters and so on. So in the end, we're redoing that, you know, that app, even though we think it's a really good one. It has really great kind of engagement possibilities, but in the end, it's been troublesome. So again, you know, you have to adapt.
Yeah, like there's always something that has to go, right? Jill, you mentioned working with a local community when designing the space and the interactions. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes. I mean, I've mentioned the Performers Network during my presentation, but I'll park that because I've already talked about that. We also worked with young people in Blackpool who have troubled backgrounds, come from foster care or in the social care system, and we worked with them to deliver a number of audio visuals. One that stands out in particular was one exploring Blackpool sideshows. So the sideshows on the Golden Mile in Blackpool were very of their time. During the sort of 1920s and 30s, you could pay a twopence and go and see a two-headed man, or you know, a mermaid baby, and they were all tricks, illusions. Some of them were not, though. Some of them were people who quite frankly were being exploited, as we would look upon it now. One lady in particular called Alice Spicer, who had a tumor on her pituitary gland and meant that she couldn't lose weight. So she was a very overweight lady. She put herself on display in Blackpool as a sideshow, and people would pay sixpence to come and squeeze her thigh. So another topic that we explored with the children was Colonel Barker, who was born a woman and later identified as a man, married a woman, and put themselves on exhibit in Blackpool to pay off all of the legal fees because they were sent to jail and all sorts of stuff. It was not appropriate at the time in the 1920s. So really working with these young people to dive into these stories, explore how it must have been for them to put themselves on display like that, how contemporary comparisons were brought up. Obviously, we talked about the fact that social media is so prevalent now, and we're all very in the public limelight all the time, posting pictures of ourselves and putting ourselves on exhibition almost in a different way. And yeah, really explored those topics and dove in deep. And it came out that particular audiovisual has come out with such an authentic voice from those young people, because they've delivered that. It's all from their perspective. It's dealt with in a very sensitive manner, and that was a really sort of genuine and authentic process that we went through with those people, and I think it built their confidence. And they talked about how there were similarities in their lives to how some of these people must have been feeling at the time. So yeah, that's just
that's really,
one of the many.
Making a connection. Yeah, so many stories. So let's, this was very heartfelt. So let's jump to the question that someone in the audience was asking about the use of AI. Does any of your project use AI as a technology in any way? I'm looking more at Jemima too. Is there any object recognition?
I was dreading this question because it does use AI, but I'm not totally sure how. I know that there is yeah, it does feed in some part of the kind of software side, but I'm afraid I don't know exactly. The only other area I do know about how we've used AI is that the imagery of the children that we've used across the program are actually AI generated, which has been quite was a revelation to me when we were first shown this group of children. That I'm talking about really the branding and the kind of publicity campaign, so that we don't obviously need to get permission or go through child kind of, sort of actor kind of agencies and so on. But it was definitely a sort of slightly creepy idea for me initially, that there were these, lovely looking children and they're not actually real. And I've got used to it, and probably it's around us all the time without us realizing. But there are some advantages, to get around safeguarding issues and so on. So in that case, but sorry to fail. If anyone specifically wants an answer to that question, I will get the answer to the question, but I just don't have the technical knowledge to give you it precisely.
That's okay, but it's actually, it's actually fascinating that you were using this in the branding. I kind of understand that there are challenges in showcasing, like especially children image of like real children in terms of privacy, right? But I don't know how does it make me feel yet, like that these are like generated, right?
It is weird. I've just remembered another area in which I've been prompted by my colleague Maida, that in fact, when we were developing the characters, so you have these animated characters that are partly AI generated, and then and then we add the details, and partly drawn and created by the digital agency 1UP. And we then, add these elements that have been recommended by the curators, that they are chronologically, historically specific. But in adding some of the elements, it kind of disrupts the sort of flow of the animated kind of character, and it looks peculiar. So we kept doing these different versions using AI. I remember that was one of the uses that we put to it, but I'll get a better answer for that if anyone wants it. Sorry.
That's okay. Jill, is there any AI element or new technology element that you want?
No, the only knowledge I have of AI being used in any of the displays in Showtown was for a manual interactive, and the designer wanted to create, well, we've got, it's in the dance section, and it's a sort of a consequences game. So you've got it's for under fives. So you've got the head, the torso, and the legs of a person, and it's on a barrel, and you can spin it round and choose your look. That imagery was developed using AI, but in terms of the actual digital side, I think it was all developed by Squint Opera, who are the audio-visual software engineers that worked on Showtown.
Okay, so there's still even, like in such a physical space, there's still a small use of, yes, teeny bit use of AI. I wanted to ask you, because both of your projects kind of aim to engage audiences that are beyond this regular museum goer. So how do you, in of course different way, how do you define the success when you're trying to reach these new groups? Like I think someone also asked a question about how you measure the impact of your projects, and whoever wants to start, like.
Sure. Well, one of the things that we ask museums to do is to reach schools with high percentages of free school meals. So this is, in the UK, this is one of our most kind of readily available kind of indices of deprivation, schools that provide free school meals. And this is all publicly available data. So we ask for at least 50% of the schools that participate to have above 40% of free school meals, and above 40% of free school meals is really a high amount, and therefore and we know there's correlation between socioeconomic deprivation and cultural engagement. We have very clear data about that. In the Northeast, the numbers are extremely high. In the Southwest, they're less high. So we have percentages of children who are on free school meals, and we know all that data. We also, however, in the Southwest, are very interested in targeting rural isolation. So that's a really important part of what this program's about, trying to reach beyond the urban conurbations and reach into the rural areas, and the free transport allows that. So we have all the data on the distance that children are traveling, which is incredible. We're having children going coach journeys of up to an hour and a half each way to reach the museums, which shows incredible commitment on the part of the schools. It's amazing. So these are the ways in which we know, and we're tracking how we can reach schools that are not engaged. And we also ask the museums to reach schools that have not visited the museum either in the previous 12 months or at all. So we're really asking for the museums to develop new relationships with schools. So this is how we're trying to make sure this widens engagement.
Certainly, yeah. So for Showtown, we were challenged in a similar way to get as many schools in. Being on the coast, we've got a smaller catchment area, so it's harder to get people to travel to Blackpool for school sessions. But for the most part, they've been really well received and popular so far, tying into the national curriculum as much as possible. One of our main USPs, though, for Showtown is our accessibility, and we developed we worked with a focus group, an accessible group of people who had different accessibility needs, to talk to them and learn from them about what they find a barrier to visiting a museum. Things like having footage of the space in advance of arrival, having relaxed hours. So if you've got children with SEND issues and SEND needs, they are aware that there are times where the audio visuals will be turned down, the smells will stop, it'll be less overwhelming, because quite frankly, Showtown is very bright, bold, brash in your face, loud, smelly, lots of fun, but it can be overwhelming for certain people. So we have worked heavily with our access consultants with that regard, and that has been overwhelmingly well received. In that regard, we constantly get praise for how our buddy system is being taken up. So you can book a buddy in advance of attending the museum. So if you need somebody to help guide you around the space or warn you of possible trigger points, that could be anything from the illuminations room, where it's quite an immersive mirrored light display, to clowns. People find clowns triggering, so and mannequins, you know, so there's quite a lot of that in our space. And obviously we have a survey, a visitor survey that people can complete at the end of their visit, but yeah, just picking a particular point in terms of the impact on those particular groups of people, it's really, really positive. And we're still working with that particular focus group to find other ways to you know, make it even better and bring even more people in and share that knowledge of what we're doing.
That's really lovely, very very inclusive. That's amazing. I don't think I've ever heard about the buddy system like this, and it yeah, I can't imagine how like overwhelming the space, like full of colors, lights, and clowns can be like. We are at the end, but let me just throw maybe the last question, because there have been so many. I just want to tell our audience that we will collect all the questions and we will send the one that we didn't answer live. We're going to send it to our speakers, so they can look at them and hopefully answer them later. You will get them through the emails in case. But there's this question from Raseilka, with whom you cooperated among experts inside the museum, with curators or other professionals, and this is for Jemima, in terms of like creating the content and deciding on the tone and narrative, like.
Well, so the whole project was co-created with the British Museum, and of course there's an amazing wealth of expertise and knowledge there. So the team that were developing the characters, for example, would cross-reference with the curators. So the arcade one-up team who were initially proposing the characters and how they might look and dress, then had all of that, and the scripts were sent over to the British Museum curators to be fact-checked and historically checked, and for suggestions to come back. And then there were mock-ups done, and then the script was developed further. And so there were many stages at which the curators were involved in giving us historical information. But that had to be balanced with, you know, making the characters look fun and engaging and enticing for the children. So there's nothing inaccurate, but of course it's all designed so that it's accessible and fun for kids.
Great, thank you so much. I'm really sorry that we have to stop the discussion because there are more questions, and it's been a pleasure to have you here, and I love talking with you. Thank you so much to both of you.
May I make a final mention just before leaving, is that we are very interested in new partners for the program. So if there are museums here listening who would like to get in touch with us, then please do, because we would love to, you know, talk to you one-to-one. Sorry, Maggie.
No, that's great. Actually, there's been some mentions in the comments of what are your next steps and how about moving to maybe other countries. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be some interest in that. So thank you for that. Now we have to move to our closing keynote. I'm going to ask my colleagues to put the slides again. Thank you so much, both.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So yes, as I said, we are moving to our closing keynote. If you were with us yesterday, you have already heard from Tristan Hupe-Guimarães. In yesterday's sessions, he shared a fascinating project exploring AI and future food sustainability. If you missed it, I encourage you to check the recording. We will be sending that after the festival ends. And it was a great example of how powerful food-centered storytelling can be. Tristan is a veteran of pushing the boundaries of storytelling and experience design from immersive theater to escape rooms to large-scale public installations. So today he will take us behind the scenes of Studio Tellart's work at World Expo in Osaka, where they created two very different visitor experiences. Welcome back, Tristan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Maggie. And hello to everyone. It's very exciting to be here and talk about this. Thank you for the great introduction. Let me just check that everything's working. Yes. Today I speak from Amsterdam. Tellart is an experience design studio that has been around for 25 years, way before experience design was, let's say, and embraced what it embraces today. I will be talking today about our experiences at the Osaka World Expo to sort of explore and share different ways of storytelling that we are engaging in, and compare them a little bit to each other. This is just a quick snapshot of the kinds of work that we do. It's a very diverse spectrum of work that we do. Experience design obviously entails many different kinds of levels. So in order to sort of contextualize it a little bit better, I use this image to show this diversity. We do things in museums. We do things in at big world government events. We have worked in these sort of immersive projection settings as well. But we are not purely digital. We are always working on the intersection of the physical and the digital. And the way we talk about that is that oh, sorry, that went too fast. Just go back. Yes, we create spatial, interactive, and multi-sensory experiences that transform how people understand our world and imagine the future. For those who were here yesterday, that you might recognize this picture on the background because it's from the Dinner in 2050 project that I mentioned back yesterday. But to just quickly contextualize that as an example of what we do, that experience invited people into a small sort of, let's say, a vessel, an architectural shape, to sort of step into the future of food and experience how our culturally important dishes might change towards the future. We created this sort of playful AI-powered installation. And that's the kind of thing that we love doing, is to take these difficult questions, difficult topics, and use future foresight, design craft, and emerging technologies to create these very compelling, emotionally engaging pieces of storytelling. For the expo, when I started working here at Tellart a couple of years ago, I didn't really know very much about the expo. So whenever I talk about the expo, I like to zoom out just slightly to make sure that everyone understands what we're talking about. This is an aerial shot of the expo in Osaka, and it's the World Expo that also produced the Eiffel Tower and so many other legacy pieces. In Osaka, they created this incredibly stunning, huge wooden ring that serves as a walkway, an elevated walkway across the whole expo site. It is a piece of reclaimed land out in the sea. It's a very spectacular place. And many countries will have designed their own pavilions, their national pavilions, both as an architectural statement as well as a visitor experience statement. So this is really the creme de la creme for the kind of visitor experience design that forms quite a big part of what we do. The expo runs from April to October this year, so it just opened, and a shocking piece of statistics is that they expect 28 million visitors throughout these 6 months. That just blows my mind. So, moving on. We created 2 experiences that are now featured in Osaka in the World Expo. They are very different in many ways, and that's why they make a very interesting topic to share with you now. On the left, you see a hand holding a glowing orb as part of the Netherlands Pavilion storytelling. And on the right, you see hanging traditional craft as part of the Philippine Pavilion. So we worked for these 2 national entities, the Netherlands and the Philippines, and delivered 2 very different stories and very different experiences. So the stories come out of a very intense strategy narrative process that we always engage in with these kinds of projects. They start with an immersion trip very often because we are invited into cultures or contexts or countries that we don't know. So with the Philippine Pavilion, we sent a team of 3 to travel through the Philippines for, I believe, 2 weeks or even a bit more. It's a very stretched out country with thousands of islands. So it was a very intense itinerary. And we partnered on the Philippines Pavilion with the tourist board, the National Tourist Board. They were our client, and that influences the kind of storytelling that you do, and it influences the way that we approach this, our design very much. On the Netherlands, on the other hand, we are in the Netherlands, so we didn't need to organize a very complicated immersion trip. But we are a very multicultural studio, so we definitely made use of a lot of these unique perspectives on the Netherlands. We talk about that quite a lot at the studio, at our lunch table, and just in general about how people experience the Netherlands, Dutch culture, and how they experience these other countries and these other cultures that we engage with for our projects. So just to zoom out for a minute, on the left you see this text with the title "Tellart at Expo 2025. The present global reality demands of us as humans to understand our world more deeply so we can make more intelligent decisions about our collective future." This is the deepest mission of Tellart, is to play a role in creating experiences that do that. Some of what matters most may be too small, too big, too distant, too hidden, too far in the past or the future for people to imagine or understand. We create interactive spatial experiences that touch all the senses and invite guests to explore these realms with wonder, hope, and curiosity. The storytelling of these pavilions will come up later, and I'm going to lead you through both pavilions with a set of pictures of the experiences and share with you a little bit about how we approached those projects. So the Netherlands Pavilion. For the Netherlands Pavilion, we collaborated directly with the architect in creating a holistic experience that was both visible from the outside and experiential from the inside. The narrative that we landed on is summarized as something like this: water as a threat, water as an ally, water has shaped our past, and water will shape our future. Meet us on common ground where we see each other's point of view and collectively strive to solve the biggest challenges of our time. You'll see this globe, this glowing orb, and in this picture is a little less visible, but there are these architectural features in the front that echo waves or water shapes. And this is a rising sun. It's a rising sun toward the future. And in this storytelling, we attempted to bridge the Netherlands with Japan, whereas they have a similar challenge. They have had a similar challenge with water as the Netherlands, being Japan being an island, and the Netherlands being under sea level. So it was an interesting connection there, and there were many more connections. And this is one of those interesting aspects of telling stories at this national or this international global stage, is that these different pavilions, they show up very differently in terms of the kind of storytelling or the altitude of storytelling that they deliver. And the Netherlands doesn't have the challenge of being unknown. Most people can place the country somewhat. So the storytelling isn't so much about introducing the Netherlands, but it goes a step further in looking at the relationship between the Netherlands and Japan at these various abstract levels and creating an experience that is hopeful toward the future and that also looks at innovative solutions for the future. So I'll just walk you through some of the imagery of the inside. So in the Netherlands Pavilion, these pavilions, they have visitor experiences that are somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour or an hour and a half, not much more. Some even shorter, to be honest. And as a visitor to the expo, you see many of these experiences. So in order to create a captivating method of storytelling in the Netherlands Pavilion, we decided to create an orb, an interactive piece of technology that you hold and bring with you on your journey. This is obviously a metaphor for so many things. It is a small version of the bigger orb that you see, which is again a small version of the actual sun. And it also connects you very viscerally with the storytelling throughout the pavilion, and it creates a connected experience between you and other visitors. As you can see, it's a very modern, very open, and very minimalist kind of atmosphere. People are holding these globes, these orbs. They're all glowing in the same color in this picture, but they are actually glowing at different rates and different colors, depending on several conditions, like where you are in the pavilion, what you've just seen, what you've interacted with, how close you are to other orbs, etc. The orbs function as a direct connection to the interactive pieces that are on the walls and on the in the pavilion. The pavilion is basically a long stretched road upwards, a trajectory into the future that leads you eventually to enter into the big sphere. And the sphere is a 360 cinema that shows a fully AI generated film that emphasizes the importance of working together towards finding solutions for our global challenges. So it touches upon climate change, it touches upon the threat of water, the threat of energy supply globally. And the orbs that people hold will reflect some of the activity in the video in a way where they start to sync up together. They start to glow in the same rhythm in order to create this sensation of common ground. And after watching this film, people go into this innovation space where they see a variety of different innovative solutions that come from the Netherlands or that are developed in the Netherlands, also with international collaborations that create a tangible starting point to talk about how to solve these challenges. And at the very end, there's this moment where people can come together and pledge to commit to changing something in their lives for sustainability, or researching more about these solutions or these challenges that we face together, and to really leave the experience with a sensation of there's something I can do, there's something I can help with, and there's something that I want to explore further in regards to these future challenges. So moving on to the Philippine Pavilion, let me just quickly create some contrast there. The Netherlands Pavilion, the storytelling tells this story of a hopeful future and of technology as a hopeful means to achieving a better future. The storytelling means that we used were very much connected to that. So this glowing orb as a sort of representation of potential for the future, or hope, or technology. In that sense, it was also a very magical technological experience. The Philippines have a different kind of story that they're telling. It's a story about the Philippines as a place that is uniquely positioned to play a part in our global moment, a moment of disconnection, a moment post-COVID, of challenges, of loneliness, and challenges of finding purpose at many different life stages. So the summary of what we found in the Philippines is this little text. We travel to be transformed, to find a sense of expansive wholeness in culture and wild nature. With 7,641 unique islands, the Philippines provides a remedy for these uncertain times by celebrating life in its immense diversity. And I can't overemphasize how challenging it was to really find this unique story in the Philippines, and to push it through all the way to the design. Our team that went there really firsthand experienced this enormous hospitality and love that is felt throughout the Philippines in these different cultural communities, in these different celebrations, and in nature. And to find the right words and the right altitude and the right perspective to make that experienceable in this pavilion in a way that doesn't only serve as a let's say a travel ad, but that also serves as a hopeful message to everyone who might not have the means to travel to the Philippines, or who never thought about traveling to the Philippines, or frankly also to Filipinos themselves. So these challenges are quite intense to find the right kind of story and the right kind of level. And I think in the Philippines specifically, we managed to find a very nice and very strong balance between what's already there in the country, what's already there in nature, their crafts and heritage, and a future-focused narrative. So when you enter into the Philippines experience, there's a version of this text that I just explained on the wall, and there's a voiceover that brings you into this sort of magical realm. You can see that we created this very tangible, magical sort of threshold That is one of the things that in our experience design we talk about quite a lot. Where do you come from as a visitor? You come from the queue outside. How does that, like, in what kind of mindset do you enter into the space? And how can we create an entrance experience that really transforms the way that you feel, so that you're open to the experience that is inside? That level of emotional, let's say, storytelling, but also the emotional journey is very important in the kinds of decisions that we make. So in this case, there is this soundscape, there's immersive 3D soundscape around you when you enter into this space, that these threads are projected on, and there's this voiceover, and there is a cinematic moment that happens before you enter that really tries and ground you to travel not only with your mind to the Philippines, but also into yourself. So as you move through the pavilion, you first encounter all of these different regions of the Philippines. And this was a very important part of the storytelling as well. The Philippines is incredibly diverse. Many countries have that diversity and have that challenge then with sort of singular national storytelling. So it's not something that we are unfamiliar with. And in this case, we understood that we had to represent all of these different communities in an authentic way. That is a huge challenge, logistically, narratively, experientially. It has a lot of challenges. And we found a very beautiful way to connect their heritage and their, let's say, the connectedness within the diversity to a very modern expression that wouldn't undersell or compare badly with other pavilions on this world stage. Rather, it would create a hopeful and beautiful future-focused experience. So what we did is we and this, when I say we in a project setting like this, it's not just Tellart, it's not just a design studio that I mean the whole consortium of everyone who is involved. It's the client, it's these community representatives that are around the client as a stakeholder, etc. So we got in touch with this local weaving institute that masters all of these artisanal weaving techniques. And together with a very forward-thinking weaving artist, we created these very modern, innovative fabrics and ways of weaving that then created these authentic artistic representations of the country and of all of these different communities and environments. The other part of the experience, and these two come together, the other part of the experience is a very tech-forward, AI-powered interactive experience where one of the big themes of the Philippines is are all the fiestas that they have. They have a lot of different kinds of celebrations that celebrate culture, celebrate nature, and that come together in all of these different islands. These are the common threads that we found. It's these celebrations that are different in every island, but that are connected in this similar thread. It's this weaving that is different for every community, but that is in essence connected to a deeper spiritual idea of where these dream weavers get their inspiration from, and how weaving is integrated into the society. And in this case, we had all these different fiestas that you sort of move through in this interactive, and your body is represented in these authentic, local, natural shapes. So this creates a lot of fun and energy. I spent hours in the pavilion witnessing the vibe, and this really felt like a party in the sort of most artistic and subtle way possible. So there's constant motion in front of the screen. There's this constant curious exploration, but then the backdrop are these beautiful woven tapestries that really are mesmerizing from up close, and they are projected on as well. So they move, they're brought to life. And this combination of experiences is a very modern take on this very deep and beautiful culture of the Philippines. Last element of that experience was this AI-powered portrait that sort of takes that dancing with nature thing that I was just talking about onto something that people can take away. That's just a fun addition that is obviously functional in many ways. So if you look at both of them in conclusion, we're using very different storytelling means, but that's only there are several layers before that already formulate a different kind of set of expectations, a different goal. The Netherlands Pavilion is commissioned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has an economic purpose as well, a diplomatic purpose. Besides the visitor experience, it also functions as a space to have bilateral conversations. So, and we were in that design process from the very start, hand in hand with the architects and engineers. Whereas the Philippines, we came in later, the architecture, which is beautiful, was already designed, and they reached out to us purely for the inside, theoretically, but we obviously went to work hand in hand with the architect very much as well, and created a holistic, interwoven narrative and experience after all. And the Philippines, as I said, has a different purpose. For the Philippines, the expo has a different purpose, and for the Netherlands as well. So the Philippines had more of a tourism-oriented focus, but it's so interesting for us as a design studio to then, when you deal with storytelling, you really deal with the core values of these clients. And I remember quite well in the beginning for the Philippines, we'd have these very, very deep and interesting conversations with people very high up in the ministry there about how do you look at the future of tourism for a country like the Philippines in a way that is sustainable, that is relevant, that is valuable to the nation itself and to the people coming to visit. Now, how do you balance that with a competitive tourism landscape? How do you create conscious and transformational tourism? All of a sudden, we're talking at that level with the highest people responsible for making those decisions. And it's a very interesting place to be as a designer, because we aren't specialists in that field, but we are specialists in storytelling. And we do know the power of storytelling when it's truly deeply grounded. So we sort of invite ourselves to those larger conversations, and it's a very thrilling place to be. And with the Netherlands Pavilion, there the starting point and the challenges on the narrative level were of a very different kind. It was about, are we truly able to state that we are hopeful about the future? We're hopeful about the future of energy and the future of water management and the future of the health of the planet. And can we find truly inspiring examples of that, so that when people come through the experience and finally meet some of those innovations that might shape the future, that they feel truly engaged and hopeful? And can this also be a place for serious bilateral diplomatic conversations? How can we balance all of that in that pavilion? An interesting note is that we have the, I don't know if you can see it in the picture, but we have this cartoon character called Nijntje, and in English it's Miffy, and in Japan it's also known as Miffy, and it's a very famous character, and they love the character in Japan as well as in the Netherlands. So it was another connection that we couldn't avoid. So we embraced that fully, and we created this layer low on the walls of these Miffy characters explaining these complicated ideas to a younger audience, a smaller audience, but also a younger audience. And that was a very beautiful sort of line going through that is playful and imaginative and hopeful. I can go on and on, but I think I would very much like to hear some questions if there's room for that. And anyway, I'm happy to conclude here. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Tristan, for that inspiring glimpse into the World Expo and all these creative processes behind the experience you've created. This has been a powerful reminder of how the core of storytelling is all about creating the connection. And unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. But if you want to reach Tristan, I'm pretty sure his details are in the programs.
And here we are. So today we'll talk about 5 things you can do with cultural heritage collections. And we'll also tell about one that you shouldn't. And we'll tell why.
I lost the flight.
Yes.
That sometimes happens.
There is like a little delay. So we all met probably yesterday, already today, but just to know a little bit more about yourselves. So share in the chat, what's your hobby? We would love to know it. And then we would like to know whether you ever used cultural heritage collections to create something. So 1, so just the number is yes, 0 is no. And if yes, what did you make?
We have already first makers.
Well, first makers are colleagues, so I mean, good to see you.
No surprise, but so if you're just joining right now, if you haven't heard this, just tell us your hobby, or if you have create something with cultural collections. 1 is a yes, 0 is a no. Okay.
Yes,
in the
you
chat,
can share
just in the chat, yeah.
So that everyone can see, and we kind of see that 0s and 1s are coming. So far, a bit more 1s. Sports, listen to music, trombone.
I have a lot of music hobbies.
Plants. Plus other things.
Plants are great. Alex can relate to that.
Guitar. There is a crowd, quite a music crowd. Cooking, yeah, great for the food theme. Painting, nice.
Awesome.
You have some inspiration today. Traveling, very nice. More cooking, knitting, more cooking, reading, amazing. And for those who answered 1, so that you created something, tell us what.
No one wants to admit their creation.
So they're just typing because it's very long. School educational materials.
Oh, that's amazing.
Research, writing, history, and language textbook. Okay, it took a while because it's still quite a lot of stuff, very specific. A film, amazing. Reenactment, wow. This is amazing.
Such a bunch of creative people we have here.
A web app to find historical images in your vicinity. That's brilliant.
Very interesting.
Cool. So we'll pass to today's little schedule. So today we'll explore 5 things you can do at Cultural Heritage Collection. So the first one is curate. Then we'll talk about remixing digitally. So some of you already gave some digital examples, which is amazing. We will talk about telling stories because it's Digital Storytelling Festival. But then we'll discuss having fun and playing. And at the end, which might be not instantly associated with digital, but about crafts. And then we'll tell about this one thing, but we want you to go through all the process to understand this last thing. Maggie, please give us a little intro to Europeana.
Yes, sure. I just wanted to confirm I cannot see the slide. So is that a general problem or is it just my problem?
I see them.
Yeah, I think the slides are visible.
Okay, so it's just my problem. No matter. Okay, great. So hi again, everyone. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with Europeana, but let's just give me a quick introduction for anyone joining us, maybe for the first time. So Europeana is a digital repository of cultural heritage material from across Europe, and we have over 50 million objects. We have images, we have books, video recordings, audio clips, and even 3D models. And all of that is free for you to browse, explore, learn from, and if possible, use in your own creative project. So we hope with Alex that by the end of the session, you will have some few ideas for this type of projects. And the website is run by the European Foundation, a non-profit organization. And our work is very much grounded in the belief that access to cultural heritage is essential for humanity. So that's why we strive to keep the Europeana.eu this public, safe, and pretty much ad-free online space. So we don't like track you for specifically for monetization. We are not selling your data. And we also, on top of the website, we support also lifelong learning projects. We have a free academy courses, we organize campaigns, competitions like Give It Up, and events such as the Storytelling Festival. And what is more, we also maintain a network of cultural heritage professionals who just love to share their knowledge. So if you're not yet part of European Network Association, do sign up for this. Next slide, please.
Maybe Maggie, you can take control.
Yeah, I will try to take control, but I can't see the slide, so I don't know how to take control of it. Oh, wait. Okay. I think now I can take control, yes.
Perfect.
Sorry for the technical issue. Let's see if I can have a control now. There's always. Okay, yes, I have. So I was saying that Europeana is this treasure chest of cultural collections, but what you can do with all those treasures. So first tip from us, you can become a curator. So we offer a lot of different ways to explore the collections by themes. You can search for them, you can explore the editorial, but you can also create your own way to organize a collection. So maybe you're not particularly interested in maps, but you would like to see a gallery of funny vintage hats. So you can make that one yourself. And the first step to do that would be to create a free account. You can click on the login button in the top right corner. You just create an account and follow the steps. My colleague Yolan will be pasting the links to all that info with some more explanation on how to create this account. So now we're not. I'm sure that some of you have this account, so we're not going to give you some time to create it, but please do that. It's going to be super useful for all your projects, because when you have an account, when you are logged in, you can start saving all the items that you want. You can either like them, so click on the heart icon, as you can see in this little video, or you can create a gallery to group items around your own theme or maybe even story. And galleries can be private, so just for you. They can be public, so you can share them with others. And if you're especially proud of your gallery, you can even request to publish it on Europeana.eu. And when you submit it, our team will review it for alignment with our guidelines, but there is a big chance you can see it on the main website. So now we've been talking about galleries. Let's do a quick question. What title would you give this gallery? Drop your ideas in the chat. So this is an existing gallery, and I'm just wondering, don't think too much, just try to see what you try to say what you see, like what would be the appropriate title. Okay, we're coming. My own museum, I like it. Gender relations. I see someone picked already.
It's close to the original,
yes.
right?
Dora is picking up on the dynamics in this. I do listen to you, my dear, even though you're so high maintenance. I love this one. Men hating women. That's a possibility. Family for centuries. Oh, that's an interesting take also. Because we can see in many cases we see some domestic scenes right here. So okay. Well, that was great, because you were picking up on a different aspect of the portraits that are there, and the gallery's creator noticed that specific women's expressions and the body language between the characters, and some certain sense of discomfort. And the title of the gallery is actually Mansplaining in Art. So some of you were quite close, and this exercise was just to show you how the same artworks could inspire different stories for each of us. And that's beauty of the curation. It's all about your interpretation. So I really invite you to become a curator with Europeana. Oh, I see that we have some people following the newsletter already.
Very sharp. There will be more stuff about being sharp.
Amazing. So, but becoming curator is great, but how, with all this, millions of items, how do you find what you're looking for? So, Europeana offers free keyways to search. We have a search bar as usual. In all the other websites, we have filters and advanced search. And the best way of getting the results, I think, is combining all these possibilities. So whenever you put a term in the search bar, I encourage you to try to filter it, because the first results are usually going to be too overwhelming. So they are free filters that are always visible. There's a theme, there's a type of media, and reusability. But there are 9 other filters you will find by clicking in that where there's this red arrow so under show additional filters. So you can also filter on the image orientation or the providing country. So there are multiple ways to play around and see what works for your project. But we noticed that the most useful filters for creatives and for reusing the material would be the type of media. So we can choose if you want to see the image, video, or text. The image size, so we can choose from 4 different sizes, depending on how high quality or how heavy your project can be. And can I use it? So you could find items that are safe and available for reuse. There is also an advanced search. This is great for building complex queries, but filters usually are enough. So if you just start with that, you should get multiple results. Let's move to some search tips. So just a handful to keep in mind. If you have multiple words in the phrase, it's good to group them with the quotation marks. Then you will see that phrase look specifically. If you're not getting enough results, you can try using OR to see more related terms in your query. And in the opposite situation, if you're getting too many results, you can refine that more with adding and, or on top of that, use a filter, as I mentioned before. Our search, well, our website is multilingual in 24 EU official languages, but the search doesn't always work perfectly. So it's also useful to try other languages. If you are looking for pineapple, it might be useful to check if the Italian word ananas works better. And that's actually a moment to say that we just roll out a search for Polish, Hungarian, and Romanian speakers. If you have a European account, you can search in your own language specifically. And Yolan will share the link to explain that. So that's another addition to have the account. And finally, try to keep the results set below 1,000 items, because that would allow you to explore better all the treasures or the gems that you're getting. Okay, and here I'm gonna just start the video. So if your creative project is private, it's only for you, for your, it's a drawing for a wall, or you're gonna put it in your drawer, you can use any content. But if you want to share it, and let's face it, we usually want to share our project, you need to make sure that you're not infringing on copyright. So this short video shows you how to find the content that is in the public domain or is specifically licensed for reuse. And the good rule when you start searching is to start every time with using that filter that I mentioned at the beginning. Can I use it? And whenever you select yes, you should be getting the best result. And how do you know if the item is safe for reusing? So I think I'm making the mistake of every other speaker whenever we put the videos. Okay, here it goes. So how do you know the item is safe? Each item on the Europeana is labeled with standardized right statement. So you always know if it can be reused. You can just find this information below the media on the left. And this applies to, so this is how this displays specifically on Europeana, but you can look for the public content in public domain content in other websites or across the internet. And if you're using a museum website, they will try to highlight which content is available for reuse, and there's usually going to be some information. So look for that. Look for the always right statement, and especially this right statement. So if you find one of the four, you are almost sure that you can reuse that item. So the four safe right statements are public domain, CC0, CC BY, and CC BY SA. And they will allow you to adapt, remix, and even use the content commercially. So almost in every context, you'll be able to reuse that material. There are small limitations for the CC BY and CC BY SA, but they're mainly connected with the fact that you need to give credit, and you should always give credit, even though legally you're not obliged to mention when you're reusing the public domain content. It's still important to say thanks. And if there is no space for you to give like full credit because I don't know, the attribution text is super long, you can always link it, make a QR code. There are always possibilities. So now that we know what are the good licenses, I'm gonna ask you a question again. So can you print this image and on a mug, on a t-shirt, and sell it? You can put your answers in the chat. And wait a moment. Okay. Yeah, it's a CC0 material. That's a good spot. Yes, it's public domain. I see everyone is perfectly familiar with the public domain content. Amazing. So indeed, I used not European material, but I used the material from our friends from Art Institute of Chicago to showcase you exactly the thing that the information about the legality of reuse is usually mentioned somewhere. It's not always that obvious, but a lot of institutions are trying to showcase that it's very visible next to the image. So yeah, you are all correct. You can reuse it. You can sell it. Public domain content can be freely used for any purposes. You don't need permission. But the truth is, why would you only put it on a mug and sell it? Like, you could do so much more. You can do more exciting things. You can remix. I think I went a little bit too far, but yes, you can remix the content. You can basically bring it to life. These are my favorite ways of reusing the digital cultural heritage. And as you can see, the rhino has been brought to life. So what are the other possibilities to do? Yeah, we have countless ways of remixing content, of course. You can make a video, you can make a infographic. But I want you to think about like the very simple things with a very low barrier to entry. So you can actually make a meme. Someone already mentioned making the memes, so that's amazing. You can make a GIF, of course, and it can be very simple GIF, or you can make even a digital collage. I guess they're simple. You don't need much of expertise to do any of this. I really like these examples because they are easy, adaptable, and fun. So you don't need to be an art historian. You don't need to be a design expert. You can choose the museum object that speaks to you specifically. You can interpret it your own way and express creatively. And it's this playful way to connect past to present and start to boost your creative confidence. And I think specifically if we have educators in this in the audience, these activities can be adapted for any subject or any skill level. So we had like 10-year-olds entering our GIF competition. It was really amazing to see what they can, create from the source material. And Europeana has tons of tools and tutorials to help you start it. You'll find the links in the slides. Don't worry about it. You're gonna get all the slides. So this is not for now. You will have time to explore all these possibilities later. But we have tutorials. We have workshops. We have a Skillshare course created by one of the not by Europeana, but one of the participants of Give It Up. And we also provide some ideas for the tools that are free and open for you to use quickly. So let's try to do some remix activity, and we start with some gentle prompt. Let's try to give this photo a caption. Decoding the message. That's a good one. I like it. Paper-getty. That's a play on spaghetti, right?
So creative.
Love it. Helga was having trouble counting Eurovision notes. Eurovision votes, sorry. I see that from our Eurovision expert. In the end, she had to eat her words. That's very, very deep. Search unusual finds. Amazing. Anyone else? Destroy to build again. Okay, that's very. We came from a playful into like a little bit more serious. So these are great guesses. The reality is actually pretty simple. It's a woman eating newspapers from Finland from 1976. I loved this little description that she told the journalist that she only eats clean edges of newspapers. She did not believe that her hobby would have any health consequences. So
this is talking hobbies.
Yes, that's definitely an interesting hobby to have, right? And if you enjoyed this, don't miss Yolan's caption culture session at 2:30. So we're going to do more fun activities like that. And as you can see, the cultural collections in Europeana are full of quirky and unique material like that. And they can be perfect for starting this playful activity. But they also can be a great start for storytelling. And this is my final idea for you. Tell stories. We are all storytellers. And at Europeana, we don't just show objects, we want to tell stories. And because stories connect people, right? And cultural heritage does too. We've published over 1,000 stories about history and culture using items from the collections. We use various editorial formats and collaborate with multiple cultural institutions. But you can submit your own story too. We even run a small grant programs to support storytellers. And we have some free resources to help you get started. So I want to ask, how are we on time? If we have time to talk about the storytelling tips? No, we don't, I think. we're at the end of time. So you heard about the storytelling tips before. You will have a chance to see the video maybe when the slides are shared. If you haven't joined us yesterday, these are just 7 tips that are gonna start you on the journey to become a storyteller. We publish them specifically for the cultural heritage use, but everyone can use them pretty much. And as the last tool on our storytelling journey, we have just published the story dice. You've seen that probably during the break. These are printable dice with different cultural images on like each side, and you can basically use them as prompt. Picking an image, or you roll the image and use it to inspire a story. It can inspire a drawing or even a discussion. You can use the multiple dice to build like a richer narrative, and you can use them by yourself or in group. They're really great creative spark, so check them out. And on that playful note, I will hand over to Alex.
Thank you, Maggie. I always like listening to you explaining all the stuff on how to use things, where to find them, because this is how I learned to find things on your piano, mainly by asking Maggie. But now we'll pass, now that we know how we found, we have our gallery, what can we do to make life more fun? We'll play. Why? Because a lot of things in our life right now are about productivity, are about being better, doing more, trying not to be replaced by the robot. But actually, what makes us human, what makes us creative, what helps us connect is playing. And I would like to show a few examples of games that are good in educational context, so at school with the groups, but also for creatives, for example, to make people interact with art, to start some other creative exercises in kind of a light and a fine way, and also to help people notice things without being ashamed, without being intimidated by lack of expertise, for example, in art history or history. So the first fun thing, which was practiced by artists, but can be actually tried by everyone, are calligrams. So they are pictures made of words. And you just see a picture and you can write just with a single word what this picture is, as you see here with an elephant, or you can make more descriptive text that describes it, tells things about it, but in the shape of that picture. So it's a fun way to explore the meaning of artworks or artifacts, the meaning for every individual, because there is like, it's context-based, it's based also on your individual experience, but it's also a fun connection between drawing and writing, because I sometimes ask people at workshops whether they prefer drawing and writing, and I often hear like, oh, as a child, I liked drawing, but I now do more writing. So this is a very smooth transition for people more comfortable with words to kind of go into visuals. So an exercise for you, either for now or for later on. We have an image of a cup and there is an image of a cabbage. You don't have to look exactly precisely at those two images, but it's just to inspire you about the shape, how they are kind of put together. And we would love to see calligrams from you, either showing a cup or a cabbage. And if you share on socials tagging us, we would like to see them, share with the others, and kind of see what you came up with. So as I said before, for a cup, you can do like cup, just in the shape of a cup, it will be like this. But you can also say something more complicated, like every morning I wake up and before I get my first cup of coffee, I'm very grumpy, which we know there are people like this. And, and this sentence can also create the shape. And in a couple of minutes, then you created an artwork, which is both a text and an image. You can pat yourself on your back, and we will also pat you on your back virtually if you share it with us. This is Maggie with the cup. So go for it, cap and a cabbage, share on socials later on, we'll love to see. So I said about the art of noticing. So there are millions of objects. Often now we are being very selective about stuff we want to see. We don't have time. Everything based online is about scrolling, first 3 seconds, and this kind of things. But it's cool to challenge this through play. So if you look at the black and white images, one of them is modified by our colleague and friend Adrian, who photoshopped in some differences. And I guess you can see one at least at the first sight. If someone is like, hey, I see it, you can put it in the chat. But the idea behind it is twofold. You can kind of go and train modifying stuff, just to train your Photoshop skills. So, you know, if you want to make 4 fingers like AI, you can just try yourself. How is it to do it? But you can also, while working on changes, you can like see what is easy to change, what is difficult. Do I need more layers? Do I need more skills? But then as a viewer, you are just searching for differences, but then you see the costumes, you see different textures, you see structure, you see historical costumes, you see paintings. And this is all done in a very innocent way because no one is asking you analyze a picture. No, someone is asking find 10 differences. So for when you have to explain, especially to maybe children or people who are not familiar, this is a very nice way in where people get active immediately. They have a task. They don't have to be kind of ashamed that they don't have enough knowledge, because this is often an obstacle. And similarly, so we have jigsaw puzzle. So again, this is something that I guess in the pandemic, a lot of people started to really like and love. So there are tools, I linked some to make those type of games by yourself online. They are free, they are very easy to use. So similarly here, I made a medieval cat memory game. So this is a very nice intro into how a medieval manuscript looks like without making it, hey, you need to look at the medieval stuff, is historical and maybe boring. So it can be about anything that kind of requires attention. So I also see it working with like minerals, botanical collections, different types of plants. There are plenty of possibilities. And what is cool, you can always experiment, try some things, see what works in your context, what doesn't, and then do something different if you want. And there are plenty of games. You can also do bingo, memory, matching pairs. And now about crafts. So you might think, hey, this is digital stuff, so why are we talking about crafts? But I would like you to kind of think a little bit outside of the box. So digital doesn't mean look at the tablet or a screen. Can be that an object starts its life digitally, then is kind of worked with in an analog way, but then it can be scanned again and, for example, shared and modified digitally again. So I would see digital sources as a kind of a easy way to get stuff from everything, because for your little craft, you don't need to go like to 7 museums across continents and like, you know, collect and copy stuff. It's just for you put in your gallery. But you can do plenty of stuff both by yourself and in a group, and in a way that is kind of fun, social, and gentle. So the first one, we made this collage book. Why? Because we wanted to kind of curate a selection of material that shows Europeana's diversity, shows different types of objects, and at the same time is kind of portable enough that is universal for different occasions, but also for people who are like, hey, I want more. You can always go see more stuff, print more stuff, add to it, or even replace. So collage is a technique which is about kind of cutting up, connecting different bits from everywhere to create a new whole. And I think it's a very nice way to think about the history and also having a personal art practice, that you grab little things from everywhere and you put them together. So like historically as a technique, so like really gluing on something that was already created, it's really long ago in China, 10th century in Japan, then medieval, but kind of as an art style with kind of conceptual thinking, like we will cut up stuff to create a new whole, which is also like not perfect, but kind of showing that this is all composed. This is kind of early modernism. Why this technique is cool? So for everyone, as we mentioned, kind of like, hey, I like drawing, but I forgot, now I'm scared. You start with something. So it's a less of a challenge to ask people to cut something and like paste together and then put maybe their images, like their own text, add drawings, than to start from zero. It's perfect for all kinds of artworks. You can make a postcard, you can make a bookmark, so really like Christmas ornaments, so the things that you really use. So it's very rewarding to see something that you made in use. Also illustrations, so kind of all kinds of mixes, digital and analog, are great. And it's quite democratic. So there are active communities online and offline. Everyone can start. So while there are very skilled artists that work with big brands, are like kind of well known, you can have advanced people and beginners working together, which is very nice, that it's not only about like being exclusive for some kind of activity or profession. And here are the examples. So we put this book on the World Collage Day, which is on Saturday. Then a couple of hours later, I saw this Are You a Wanderer image posted on socials. So it kind of shows how quickly actually you can create something. It's very beautiful interpretation and use of all the diverse material. I also put a few images from our collaboration with Paris Collage Collective. So as you see, there are the same elements. There is this picture of this lady and there is an old TV, but they are different from each other. So it's a very fun exercise to give a limited number of images to a group and let them play with it, because you will see that everyone will have a different idea and different interpretation. So the next technique, which is my old hobby, going back to the hobbies, which I kind of think it's very nice to explore now, and that became very actual in the world that is kind of governed by algorithms, are zines. So this is a nice combination of storytelling and collage. So it's a zine is a small circulation, self-published kind of little magazine, featuring or original work or like collage combined. So cultural corrections are perfect for it. So usually it was something that kind of was created by underrepresented, marginalized groups and communities, and kind of went viral by itself. Why not having the power? So I think in the current times, when you are like, hey, what I have to post to be successful on Insta or on TikTok, it's quite liberating that You can agree to a smaller circulation. So for example, only in your library, people can read it kind of on the spot because you printed like 100 pieces, or there will be a few lying down on the table, but you have the full freedom and you know that it will be reached by the community. The themes are very diverse. So it can be from like really politics and activism. So politics and activism kind of originating with pamphlets and this kind of stuff. For really art, so art photography, personal stories, fiction, and also fandom. So there are a lot about like Star Trek and this kind of movies. It's very fun to see how kind of people play around their favorite heroes. And again, it's a fun way to express yourself, embrace the creative process, so like really putting stuff together. You are independent from mainstream channels. You can like distribute, you can like really with a copier or by just scanning and printing, you can distribute in the community, and you can also find the community through it. So what is important in this kind of creation is you. So your personality, your point of view, make it special. You try, if you are playful, you have a bigger chance to have good ideas because you kind of don't have expectations and you are not hard on yourself. And it's also easy to learn and to share your knowledge and encourage the others. So it's a fun group activity and you don't need any special expertise or experience to start. So everything zine starts with this. This is a sheet of A4 folded so that you have 8 parts. And then as you see, there are different cuts, which kind of give it different shapes. So for example, here there is this one with a hole in the middle. So this one I actually drew. I looked at stones in the historical collections and I combined with different stone quotes. For example, everything changes, even a stone. Leave no stone unturned. And if you put it together, you get this booklet. Here is another one, which is the second fold, which is like A4 folded cut in the middle. So what is cool about this one is depending on how you open it, from what side, you kind of get different parts of the story, including the images that are, for example, cut in the middle, or that you only see like one cover. So this is very nice for storytelling and kind of composition, especially when teaching. And what else you need to make it happen? So for easier folding, this is called bone folder, because I guess traditionally it was made of bone. Now it's just like a plastic thing to help fold better. Cutting mats, very useful, can be small, and like this you will not destroy your table. Scissors, small, then it's easier to maneuver. If you want to be very precise, you can also use it like a cutter or a scalpel. I have this one, which is like you put on the finger. Basically, the sharper the finger, the sharper the focus, but always adjust the tools to your target group. So with children, try to make it less smaller elements and less sharp tools just to keep the control. Just simple glue stick. And with this, you actually can start creating, working on your text and images, and making stuff using your preferred style. So what is also nice when trying to get people creative is to give them some prompts. So what I like to do is to combine topics that are kind of important for the society, so that people feel that it's familiar, it's important, and they kind of see themselves. They feel that they need to take action. I also like to give people a chance to like let it go, not really think too much. So for example, this one about combining images with like the spam folder from their inbox is very liberating, because you don't have to like do anything special. Illustrating a song, fun, because you just kind of try to understand the lyrics and find images that will work with them. Question and answer, so this is fun. For example, for group work, to let people swap and kind of interview themselves, to also have interaction, not only like production. And we said like calligrams, so you can give people a bunch of images and just ask them to make calligrams. So here are a few pictures from a recent workshop that I ran, and it were the members of the European Youth Parliament, between 16 and I guess 20 years old. But what was really interesting, they entered the room and I laid out all this like collections printed, and everyone was like, wow, so many pictures, this is so cool. And then I realized, because I am a geriatric millennial, I have kind of this experience that there is a magazine laying at my parents' house. But of course, we are in the time that is very special, that you have like an old magazine to cut, or that you know have like a piece of paper. Maybe at your school everything was already digital. So when I saw everyone like having fun, like I had this buzzy group coming, and at some point there was a silence with only like chop 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 scissor sounds, and everyone kind of super busy. I was like, hey, this is really cool, I think more people should do it. And then they were like, hey, parties should be like this. So if you have like a museum party, I recommend that, because apparently this is what the young generation needs. And what was also cool, we did a show and tell. So everyone could present their work and kind of tell a story. So they all got around 5 pages of images and then like materials to draw. But the creations they made were so fun and so diverse. It was from like Pony of Ursula von der Leyen through like utopian society where we are all listened, controlled, and tagged. There was like with this whole fold, there was like a circular about circle of life. There was someone who saw a beautiful sunset and just saw images that were in these colors. So just really kind of intuitively matching. And it was very incredible to see that people get so animated by it. And at the end of the workshop, I saw that like a couple of girls were looking that I have a few things that were not printed yet, like not given away, but they were printed. And they were like, hey, could we have it? Because we never get this kind of stuff. So I recommend doing this kind of things with teenagers, because it's quite absurd, but it's maybe the stuff that they didn't experience much. And cultural collections are great as a resource, because you can curate for every theme, you can create from every type of material, and you can produce it. But what can also happen, it's possible to scan them and then put online and share online as well, if it's something that you would like to do. So what about this one thing that you shouldn't do? So we don't want you to give up on exploring and on playing and getting yourself dirty with glue and paper and making galleries, because of AI technology, because everything is digital, because culture matters and you matter too. And making things is practicing focus, is learning to work with tools, digitally, analog. But exploring and creating things is also making connections. So with yourself, because you allow yourself time to do stuff that you are enjoying, with history and art, because you are giving a new life to cultural heritage material that you found and that you liked. With other people, because you are collaborating, discussing, working together, or when they see and use their creation, and because you can share skills. And I think this process is what makes us, I don't know if better professionals, but I think better humans. And I think it's way more rewarding than to see this like little pulsating dots on your screen and getting something back in only 3 seconds. Because what we know is AI is creating stuff because it's used all the references. And it used the work of people who like created the stuff, took time. So as a human, don't give up on also searching for the references and making stuff yourself, because your personality, your live experience, your preferences, your taste are your secret sauce. So I hope you will keep on doing things and sharing. And I see people are planning to make things. So please, if you do, share with us. We'd love to see you. And thanks for being here with us and listening to us for the last hour. If you feel like I want more in-depth workshops in some of the stuff, it's possible. It was not possible today because we are in the Zoom setup, that this room is not very interactive, but the other one is. But if you would like more, like really follow along, you know, that will like cut with the scissors and like show our stuff on screen, it's possible if you put it in the feedback in the chat box. We are perfect time.
Yeah, we are perfectly on time.
Maggie?
Yes, I wanted just to add that, yeah, please share your ideas with us, because, and yeah, we do organize also more like hands-on workshops, so that is also possible. And if you have any questions, you can drop us a line. Our emails are not on the slide, unfortunately, but they are easy to find. So, and thank you so much for being here with us today. Alex, after hearing you, I want to just grab my scissors and go cut up some, shapes. I hope the rest of our audience is also as inspired as I feel right now. So, thank you, Yolan, for adding some contact. And yeah, if you need any support, we are always happy to send you some more tools or talk about your project. And if you create something by yourself or with your students, please share it with us. Like, drop us a line. We would love to see all these projects.
It is 2:30, and that means it is time for our Caption contest, which is kind of our closing social event for the Digital Storytelling Festival. We've had an amazing 2 days with great speakers. It was very inspiring for me. In any case, I learned a lot. I've never made a zine before, but now I really want to make one. So the last workshop that Maggie and Alex gave on how to reuse cultural heritage was very inspiring for me. With this last session, we, or at least I want to show you that if you want to reuse cultural heritage, if you want to do some storytelling, you don't need to make a film or sequester yourself for months to write a book or, make some piece of high art. With just a few minutes and your brain or a piece of paper or a device, you can get creative. And so that's what we'll be doing together here in this Caption contest. You might recognize these kinds of cartoons. They are the New York Times style cartoons. The New York Times does a very kind of, I think, one of the most famous caption contests every week, where their cartoonist in residence draws a cartoon, but they don't put any caption on it. They don't put any words to it, and they ask the readers to imagine some kind of text that would go with that cartoon. So that's what the caption contest is, and people send in their captions. So one possible one from this cartoon was, "It's always what's the weather, girl, and never how's the weather, girl." I thought that was a really good one. The one that won that week, that was the winning caption, was, "We're currently predicting 10 to 15 square inches of rain." So quite humorous, tells a nice story, puts this image into context. That's what a caption contest is and what we'll be doing today. It doesn't have to be as witty or as deep as some of these captions are. Whatever comes to your mind when you see a caption is a great way to kind of put it in a new light or in a new context. So just whatever comes up in your brain when you see the image, just write that down. Captions don't only need to happen with cartoons. You can also do it with art, like this beautiful artwork from the 19th century. Maybe you have seen it like this. Maybe you've seen it in a museum. The first time I saw it was as part of a meme where they also made a caption. It was this one, where they overlaid some text on top of the image. And the guy asks, "So how's your day going?" She says, "It was great until 10 a.m. What happened at 10 a.m.? I woke up." So made some funny memes using art. And often when one person creates a meme from a piece of art and it goes a little bit viral, more and more memes from the same piece of art kind of pop up. So this is at least to me, an amazing way to make art more accessible and more viewed by a lot of people as well. And have people remix it and see it in different ways. So that's enough context. I think it is time for us to get captioning. What you'll need is a device. This can be your computer, this can be your phone, and you'll have to go to the website menti.com. So that's on screen right now, menti.com. That website will ask you to use a code. The code that you should fill in is the code 72228570. So please go to menti.com. I'll just put it in chat as well, and use code 72228570. Great. And I will switch this to the actual Mentimeter. Okay. Great. So I can see that there's some people that have entered already. I'll give you a few minutes to enter the Mentimeter. So on your computer or on your phone, go to menti.com, and the code is at the bottom or at the top of the screen again, 72228570. So how this caption contest will work is I will first show you two pieces of artwork, and you need to tell me which one you actually would like to try and caption the most. So there will be a little dot, and you can put it on whatever artwork you think you prefer. So there will be two images. You put your vote on one of those images, and then I will go to that piece of artwork and we will write some captions for that image. Once you've written your captions, you'll be able to vote on what your favorite caption is. So that is how the contest will work. I have a bunch of them. We only have half an hour, so we'll take it easy and see how far we get. I'll wait for a few more seconds to let people enter. You can enter this at any time. So if you're joining us later in the caption contest, people can still jump in and get in on the captioning. So, okay, let's see if this works. Let's get started. Here is the first option. So we have two beautiful pieces of art. The question is, which one would you like us to actually caption? So with your phone, you should be able to select which one you want. Yes, and I see some dots appearing already. Most people seem to be liking the left one more. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 versus, yeah, less for the right one. Okay. Ooh, it's neck and neck now. There's one more vote for the left one. Now it's equal. If it's really equal, then I will choose. Okay, it seems like it's really hard to keep track of this. I think this is exactly equal again. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 15 people here. and 13 people on the right. Okay, so we'll do the image on the left. Thank you for voting. I love the enthusiasm that everyone has. So the image that you have chosen is this one. I will let you look at it a little bit so you can take in all of the details. This is actually a manuscript illumination from the 15th century, from 1419. So this is more than 500 years old, where an apostle is skewering, where a pagan bishop is skewering the apostle Thomas, and it's currently in the Heidelberg University Library in Germany. But that all aside, let's create a caption for this illuminated manuscript. Okay, now on your phone or on your Mentimeter, wherever you are, you should be able to add a caption. Short piece of text, can be funny, can be deep, can be meaningful. Whatever comes to your mind is great, and we should see them popping up on screen. So here's the first ones coming in. I'm going to try not to pick any favorites so that you can vote without me involving you or without me influencing you, but there's a lot of really good ones here. You're the weakest link, goodbye. Feels like a quote from Star Wars. This is for calling me a backstabber. You shall not pass. We have Lord of the Rings reference as well. Just do it. Don't know if that's a middle-age crisis, but I feel quite stuck. Not exactly how sword swallowing works. Come and take your reward for voting on my opponent. The truth hurts. I told you so. That is not spirit level. That's really good. A little bit to the left, please. The blade doesn't fit into my photo for Instagram. Okay, we have some really good contenders here. I think I will let you start voting. Oh, there's so many more even. When I said I'd give you my heart. Total circus, elections have consequences. You told me he's not see-through. Okay, great. Thank you so much for all of these. I could never have come up with such amazing ones. Now it's up to you to vote on what your favorite one is. So you get one vote. Vote on your favorite caption. I'll give some time for people to vote. I know there's a lot of captions in there, so it's probably hard to vote. I think you are allowed to vote on your own one. So if you think your one was the best one, just vote on it. That's totally fair. No one will be able to see that you voted on your own caption. No worries there. Okay. I'll let you read through them a bit more so you can vote. Very curious as to who the winner will be. Yeah, I'll give you 10 more seconds to vote. Lots of people have voted already. I'm going to close the voting in 3, 2, 1. Lots of people voting at the last second. Okay, let's see what the results are. Okay, we have 2 first ones. This is for calling me a backstabber, got 4 votes, and also 4 votes. Damn, you told me he is not see-through. Then in second place, we also have a shared second place. Don't know if that's a middle-age crisis, but I feel quite stuck. And the other shared second place is not exactly how sword swallowing works. Great captions. Lovely. They're funny. They're witty. I kind of wish that the person who painted this more than 500 years ago could see what we are doing with the manuscript illumination that they made back then. So great remixing. Let's go for another one. So we didn't vote for this one. I know you might want to do this, but here's the next one. The next question for you. Which one would you like to be captioned? We have a bit more recent now. I'm going through time a little bit. The first ones were really medieval. These ones are more 18th, 19th century. I'm seeing overwhelming love for the right image. As people vote, the image also gets a bit obstructed, so it's maybe hard to see what it is of after some people have voted, but I think it's very clear that most people want the right image. So we'll go for that one. I will show it to you in more detail, without the overlay. So it is The Liberation of Peter by Hendrik ter Brugge. It's made in the 17th century. It's a small part of the full painting, of course. And it was made in the Netherlands, and you can now see it in the Mauritshuis in The Hague, if you like to. But we're not here to visit paintings, we're here to caption them. So go ahead, what caption would you add to this lovely piece of art? Okay, we have so many coming in already. I see no teeth, no teeth to repair. So this is maybe a dentist. Time to go upstairs. And then Trump said, "Who do you think you are? Give me the password. No wash, please again." How you like that woman's planning expletive, which I won't read. You drank all the sacramental wine. I could smell it on your breath. Someone just keeps on going, "You shall not pass," which gets me every time, so fair. Don't tell the guy above. I told you not to put that chewing gum in your hair. My arm is stuck. Where's my sandwich? The era of mansplaining is over, sweetie. I see that people were influenced by the last workshop and the gallery Mansplaining in Art. I'll make a scarf with your beard. That's how you look like with #NoFilter. I had to tell him. Taxes are real, dude. They should have warned you. Creating my first ventriloquist puppet. I'm telling you once more, age difference doesn't matter. I told you so. Wake up, dude. Breakfast is ready. Yeah, that's how I feel often. I told you the Wi-Fi signal is up there. Bad breath, also called halitosis. Nice hat. What's the Wi-Fi password? And MAGA sucks. That mouthwash works well. Okay, what an embarrassment of riches again. So many different quotes. I think I will close it for now and we'll let you start voting. Let's get to voting on your favorite caption. So what is actually going on in the image is that the angel is waking Peter up, Saint Peter, and pointing upwards, showing that or telling him that God has sent him. And Peter was just sleeping, so he looks very startled. Okay, votes are rolling in already. Lovely. Give people a few more seconds to vote. I know it's really hard with so many captions coming in. Okay, let's show the results of the vote. You have 3 more seconds to vote before I show the results. 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed. Let's see who won. Very much in first place is "You drank all the sacramental wine. I can smell it on your breath." Second place we have "I told you not to put that chewing gum in your hair. My arm is stuck." I really love the use of what you cannot see in the image to explain what is going on. And third place, "I told you the Wi-Fi signal is up there." And then as a honorable mention, we have "The era of mansplaining is over, sweetie." Good. I think we're warmed up now. I think we're getting in the groove. Let's do one more, shall we? Okay, let's do some more voting. This one we wanted to skip. Here's another choice for you. The image on the right is actually one image. I know there's 2 people there, but it's the one artwork with the laughing man and the crying man, and then we also have another painting on the left. It seems to not be very close here either. People seem to prefer the painting of the horse and the man. few more seconds to vote. Okay, I think it is clear that we want the horse. So let's go for this one. Not this one, but this one. I'll again show it up close before we start captioning. So this is actually an image or a painting from 1894 by Max Kurzweil, which you can find in Austria in the Belvedere Gallery in Austria in Vienna. Lovely painting, very evocative. Let's make some captions for it. Go ahead, give me your best, your worst captions, reverent, irreverent, whatever you please. The horse puns are coming in already. I'll be fine, no need for the long face. Is it you, BoJack Horseman? Lovely reference. I said I was feeling hoarse. I think this is mostly just for me. You're just cracking me up mostly. Buddy passed me the vodka from the window. Oh, that's a very nice detail you found actually in the image. There is a bottle on the windowsill. Yes, I will do good for Corleone's bed. The boss is dying. I'm going to see. Only fools and horses. Being a horse is not a good idea. I'll make thee a unicorn. Ready for your last ride, someone says. Health service relies on horsing around as tighter immigration rules deter actual medical professionals from entering the country. Wow, quite intricate that one. Someone has, sir, do you have time to talk about our horse lord and savior? Someone else says, I think this is from the perspective of the person with the hat. Sorry for the ketamine. Come give Papa a little kiss, Harvey. I want to ride my bicycle, not a horse. This is the horse saying, but you still had to brush my manes. Doctor, help me. I dreamed the scene of the Godfather with the horse's head in the bed. Time to hang up your spurs. Grandma, why are your ears so big? My dear wife, I loved you more than my horse. Be blessed you, the horse, and all the rest. Doctor, help me. I dream of people with horse heads. Oh, I asked for a unicorn. Someone has the horse asking for an apple. A friend in need is a friend indeed. And we have, I didn't ask for a horse cut in half. This is actually the full painting. I didn't cut this. This is the painter who cut it. Anyhow, again, great captions. Thank you, everyone. It'll be very hard to vote on the best one, but that's why I'm letting you do it and not myself. So let's get to voting on your favorite caption for this painting. Okay, I'll give you a few more seconds. This painting was actually has the title A Tender Visit, which puts it into a bit more context. Okay, I will be closing the voting in 3 seconds. So get your last votes in. 3, 2, 1. Let's see who won. Another shared first and second place. So shared first place with with 4 votes, I mean. I'll be fine, no need for the long face. Yep, the horse puns win always, as is shown by the second shared first place. I said I was feeling hoarse. And then we have, in a shared second place as well, Ready for Your Last Ride. And sir, do you have time to talk about our horse lord and savior? I'll be leaving the Digital Storytelling Festival with a huge smile on my face because I've been cracking up at all of these. Thank you so much. These are great captions. I have one more for you. So give it all you got for this last one. We'll do one last choice and then one last caption. So I know time goes quick and it's over quicker than we expected. But let's go for this last selection. Again, some animals and some humans. Please vote for the one you would like to caption most. The one on the left or the one on the right. It's a more difficult choice, it seems. Yeah, people seem to have more of a split vote here. The image on the left is winning out by just a vote or two right now. "12 on the right and 14 on the left. I'll give you a few more seconds to vote. Okay. It will be the image on the left. We will go for that one. I will show it in full. The artwork title is Perama. It's the most recent piece of art that we're showing here. It was made in 1956 in Greece, and you can find it in the Thessaloniki Metropolitan Museum of Visual Art. What they won't have in the Metropolitan Museum is a funny caption next to the artwork, which is what we will be creating now. So let your creative juices flow. Let's add a caption to this great artwork. The artist is called Yorgos Manousakis. And it's very possible that they might actually see these captions in some way. So maybe don't try to insult the artwork too much. Okay, they are streaming in already. Don't lose your head. Here you go, stupid. Yes, you've definitely got a bald spot. I have no idea. Give me your head. Take it or leave it. Smell my brain and get wiser, boy. That's a great one. Hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side. No, I will use mine. Someone has. Are you sure it's a VR headset? Big-headed. I said share, not scare, pa. Let me kiss that clever head. How you belong to? Quite deep. You're right. Definitely leaking. I give you a head start. Very good. Keep your head on, boomer. My head is damaged. I don't want it. That's what happens if you're out of the picture. Serving head. Time to head off. Very good puns and idioms being used here. The circle of life. Very nice way to incorporate the circle. Shared experience, baby. It seems I lost my head. Don't worry, I'll just borrow it. It's the only legacy I can leave you. Take a look at my gray cells. Very good. Double or nothing. I told you, nothing to see here. He's off his head. And fine, I lost the bet. And apparently lost his head in that bet. Wow. Okay. It takes a long while to scroll through all of these captions. That's how many there are. So get ready to vote on your favorite one right now. I will take a sip of water in the meantime. Okay, votes are coming in. Over 20 people have voted already. So this artwork by Yorgos Manousakis is called Berama. It's actually a watercolor piece of art and a very small dimensional painting. Apparently this is typical for his style with a lot of bright colors. Okay, I will close the voting in about 5 seconds. So click on the one you've been doubting for a while now. 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. So let's see who won this caption contest. We have a winner. Yes, you've definitely got a bald spot with 4 votes. And then we have a lot of shared second places. Are you sure it's a VR headset with 3 votes? I enjoyed that one as well. I'll give you a head start with 3 votes. Time to head off also with 3 votes. Oh, I did that wrong. Then we have more with 3 votes. And then in third place, we have a lot of ones with 2 votes. It's the only legacy I can leave you. I told you nothing to see here. Don't lose your head. Lovely stuff. We have a few more minutes. So I propose we do one last one, which people really liked, but we had to choose for one or the other. So let's do this one real quick before we head off and close our digital storytelling festival. We'll do this painting of the cats. It's called The Musicians, painted by a woman, Henriette Eurener-Knip in 1876. You can find it in The Hague. Let's create a last caption for this one. Just, to make sure that we've got all of our creativity used during this digital storytelling festival. And while you're writing your captions, I do want to thank everyone for having joined us for the Digital Storytelling Festival yesterday and today. We had lovely sessions, great workshops where people listened to some amazing keynotes, but also went and became creative themselves. There were breakout rooms where we talked about diversity, inclusion, gendering the museum, semiotics in art and in storytelling. What an amazing festival we've had. I warmly welcome you to keep following Europeana and keep following the Digital Storytelling Festival. We do this every year, so please come back next year to do so. I think that at the end of this Zoom session as well, when you close Zoom, you will get a pop-up. Please fill in just a very short survey that'll take 1 or 2 minutes while you are exiting Zoom, and that really helps us improve the Digital Storytelling Festival for the coming years. I also really want to thank the people that helped organize this. There's a small but very dedicated team at Europeana that organizes the Digital Storytelling Festival. People like Beth, Maggie, Rania, Alex, Mareke, Georgia, Adrian, many, many more whose names I'm not mentioning, but who have put in a lot of work to make this happen. So thank you so much for doing that and for letting us make silly stuff like the jokes we're making here with this painting. The Musicians, lovely. Cat music, smelly cat, it's not your fault. Good Friends reference. Children are beams of joy, they said. Yeah, this cat looks quite tired. Strings are made of catgut, you said. Hey, where's Daddy? Ooh, that's quite dark. Anyway, here's Wonderwall, of course. I'm here first. In perfect tune. Down, down you go. Music is our ancestor. Why does she use the bathroom and I have to use the paper? Wish I had whiskers like that. My ears are meow. Diane regretted leaving her Parisian alley for the suburban grip of family life. Great, lovely tone of voice. Do, re, mi, fa, servant. I think people are just making captions because they want me to read them now. Everybody wants to be a cat because the cat's the only cat who knows where it's at. Great Aristocats reference. Take turns. Music and company make any place a home. Lovely. Motherhood is tough. I also want to join the band. Okay, little ones, time to learn how to sing. Everybody wants to be a cat. Music. Only my sweet little one will make it on the big stages. You others have no sense of culture. That's the mother cat speaking, it seems. You're just as much as a tomcat as your brothers. Just ignore their teasing. And mommy, he did it. Great. Let's get to this last vote for the best CAD reference, musicians reference, caption for this image, and then we can close our Digital Storytelling Festival. Yes, the people on tech that helped us as well, helped organize it, like Tamara and Hina. I for sure don't want to forget to say thank you, Beth, for reminding me to do so. Our last photo of the day for our last painting of the day, our last creative output for now. If you want to stay in touch with Europeana, there's a bunch of channels where you can do so. Europeana.eu is our main website, and on pro.europeana.eu you can find all of our events, things that are coming up. We have our conference in Warsaw in Poland in a few weeks. We'd love to see all of you there. If you are making anything, if you are creating any stories, you can get in touch with us. We'd love to hear what you are doing, how you are reusing and remixing cultural heritage for stories. And maybe we can help promote and share the stories that you create. I will close this voting in just a few seconds. And with that, I'll also be closing the Digital Storytelling Festival of today and the past few days. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm closing the vote in 3, 2, 1. Okay, who's the winner of this caption contest? Overwhelming majority, 6 votes for the Meowsicians. In second place, we have In Perfect Tune. And then with 2 votes, we have quite a lot of them. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. And Diane regretted leaving her Parisian alley for the suburban grip of family life. Lovely. That was it for our Europeana Caption contest, and that was it for our Digital Storytelling Festival. Thank you so much for participating. If you want to keep on captioning, you can find all of the artworks we used today at bit.ly/captioncontest25 or by scanning the QR code you see in front of you. It's lovely to see all of the thanks in the chat. And with that, I will also say goodbye and see you at another event, see you at the next Digital Storytelling Festival. Maybe we'll see you at GIF It Up, our yearly GIF contest, if you want to make more lovely creations using cultural heritage. And if not, have a lovely rest of your day and of your week. Yes, the Warsaw conference will also be online. If you go to pro.europeana.eu, you'll be able to register for the conference either online or in person.